Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to another live stream on the Nitsudge Nobel Twitch channel. My name is Nitsudge, and today we are playing some Pathologic. Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to another live stream on the Nitsudge Nobel Twitch channel. My name is Nitsudge, and today we are playing some Pathologic. Sharko, time for Sharp. Indeed, indeed.
So, it's all about trickery to you? Wherever have you come from?
No, no. I detest trickery, but if
Just gotta quickly switch over to my OBS and boost the audio. For Pathologic.
ourselves are to suffer deception, our hands are no longer tied. Where are we?
Okay, so we can play as the Bachelor. The history of humanity witnessed a number of catastrophes that have demonstrated without a shadow of doubt the pettiness, human achievement, and the triumph of the invincible evil. Outbreak of infection and disease have from time to time wiped towns and cities off the map. Undoubtedly, among those, the map outbreaks of infectious disease that have from time to time wiped towns and cities off the maps are undoubtedly among those. However, smart and virtuous, the people caught up in the distinctive events that repeatedly come to the conclusion that this is the story of a person who manages to work a miracle and defeat a seemingly quest for the seemingly unquenchable foe. Also, Crystal, thank you for the bonus decks. We can play the Haru specs. Or we can play this character is unlocked only after you beat the Bachelor and the Haru specs storyline. Ah, I see. The Haru specs, this is the story of a person who avoided contradiction, eager to rip a doomed life apart, masterfully fulfilling his true purpose in the process. Haru specs. Alright, you want me to play the Haru specs, eh? Alright, now I've played Pathologic before. I know what I'm getting into with either of these two campaigns. And also, Crystal, thank you for the googly eye. Why didn't the googly eyes work? The googly eyes didn't work! Great googly moogly! Okay. Did it at least receive the right signal? Yes, it did. Ugh, I'm sorry the googly eyes did not work. Let me get them working. Okay, there we go. Now the googly eyes are working. Bachelor is the first in the list and thus must be played last, lol. Ah, ha ha ha. So, I think... I cut them off.
So, it's all about trickery to you? Wherever have you come from?
No, no. I detest trickery, but if we ourselves are to suffer deception, our hands are no longer tied. Where are we?
Well, the muscular contraction is there. Means you're already inside of him. This must be one of the ventricles, right here.
What a silly place. It's stuffed. So it's not real for now? I don't think it has started yet.
Does it matter what it's made of? It's definitely struggling. We need to perform Sectio Transversalis. Cut the wall. There's no other way out. What else is there to do?
I know what to do. Those who favor hard logic and direct action are bound to be misguided. Only a miracle can set us free without us having to destroy something. And I can do miracles. Just let me.
Will you please be quiet?
Yes.
You're a liar and a thief. Who is going to believe you when you keep lying to yourself? The truth is my shepherd. Whatever happens, I will find answers, and justice will be restored. I will perform the operation. Medica morbo adhibe.
Don't you go all bossy on me, clever Claude.
I just love that line.
But your justice will blind you and become his demise. This calls for the gentle hand of a surgeon. Step aside, both of you.
Your gentle hands are used to killing, not giving life. You will inevitably do harm. As for Brainy, he has no regard for casualties at all.
Does this game not have subtitles? Oh, let me check, actually. Video does not appear so there. Or there. I can boost the voice volume, though.
Neither of you knows compassion.
Yeah.
You know what, I'm going to up it in OBS because it's really good for me, volume-wise. But if you guys are having trouble, I should boost it. Harm, harm, harm. Is that all they talk about?
It seems unlikely that we'll get along well, but there's only one truth.
Any choice is right as long as it's willed. That's the truth of the matter.
Only the heart will show you the right choice. Stop thinking about yourselves. Think of the sick. He's in pain. I can't see it yet, but I can feel it.
It's not even a trap. It's a grave. Subipsum funis sumus. Can't say I hold a soft spot for it.
I can see that. You're full of hate. Stuffed or not, it's breathing. I can hear it. It can be healed rather than killed.
You mean you won't become a killer? But you will. Mark my word, that's exactly what will happen. But I can avoid it.
No, we won't ever get along. I suggest
Do
we
you
move
have
away. The sooner the better.
Thalassophobia? I don't even know what thalassophobia is, to be honest. So probably not. Can I get 2 cosmetologins for me and Crystal, Mr. Sharko? I can indeed do 2 cosmopolitans for you. It's the fear of the ocean, the thing that makes Subnautica scary. Ah, I see. Well, no, I do not.
So, it's all about trickery to you? Wherever have you come from?
I had to quickly restart because it wasn't working.
I detest trickery.
Sure I spelled it
But if
wrong?
we
Mayhaps.
ourselves are to suffer
Vite
deception,
Morris, hello,
our
cutie.
hands are no longer tied.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go with the Bachelor's Campaign. Don't think so, you're a shirk. Would be funny if a shirk to have thalassophobia, though. And Vite, hello. And Floopy Boy, thank you for the book of questions. Okay, 177 is a terms of service, or at least close to one anyway. Okay, finally a non-terms of service question. Question 179. If you went to a movie with a friend and it was lousy, would you leave? Probably not, to be honest. most of the point of going to a movie with someone is to see the movie with them. So even if the movie kind of sucks, we can at least talk about how much it sucks. So it's this game, never heard of it. It's a psychological horror game from the 90s / early 2000s.
Daniil Dankovsky, a Bachelor of Medicine, was brought here by circumstances most unfortunate. Dankovsky's life work, his theory challenging the existing notions of human mortality, is being harshly persecuted by the powers that be. Suddenly, a letter arrives from a colleague suggesting that there is previous undiscovered evidence which may support Dankovsky's claims. There is a settlement, the letter says, ruled by an extraordinary man who may well be seen as objective proof of Dankovsky's daring hypothesis. Grasping at straws of hope, Dankovsky decides to follow what he believes to be the sign of divine providence. Without further ado, he sets off for the settlement. Late at night, Bachelor arrives in the town. As he seeks room and board, he gets to know a girl called Eva Yan and stays at her place till dawn.
Yeah, time with friends is nice. Jericho Run, it's the sushi maker, so can I go to the cozy place again? I'm not sure what you mean by the cozy place. Also, Vicky, hello, cutie, how you doing? And how is everybody doing? Where Vicky is? Ah, I see. Well, yeah, I can put you up in the cozy place. Also, I might have to fix something about my game capture real quick here. That's better. I don't know why, but it for some reason sized itself up far too large. Is that black bar there on my screen too? Yes, okay, that black bar is just there. Alright, now to get you put where you'd like to go. When's the redeem for it coming out? Goobus, but also I love the ocean, but it's scary. The redeem for it is still a work in progress. It's still only semi-functional, so it has not come out yet. As of today, my main mission remains obscure. The examination of Simon King, who is rumored to be a man of incredible longevity, may shake the very foundation of modern technology and challenge the existence of notions of death itself. However, even if this undying Leviathan proves to be more than a fairy tale, the mere confirmation of his existence won't suffice to prevent the powers that be from shutting our laboratories down. I need to figure out the most fruitful approach. Simon is a well-respected man, and if he mistakes my interest for, I'm not sure what that word is, it would be nigh impossible to convince him to help me break new ground in the field of human vitality. Day 1. By the end of the day, the Bachelor finds himself battling an I see. How do I leave? It has been some time since I've played. Hey, Leor! Hello, cutie. Welcome in. Let me give you a shout out. How are you, Noble? I am doing good. Let me get you a shout out. SDSO at your dragon. How are you? I see you were playing some Tears of the Kingdom. How was that?
Yeah, feel like checking your vibe, this sticker will show up. Hey. I'll be like,
Ah.
I'm here for your vibe section. Show me all your serotonin. Stick him up. But anyway.
I'm good. That was good. That's good. I am trying to figure out how to get out of this room. This is where I assume the door would be, but no such luck. Also, Ditzanel, thank you for the big stretch. Unfortunately, I have to go, but I will be back. Okay, okay, cutie. See you soon. Okay, well. I love your new PNG tuber. Oh, well, thank you. I'm very happy with it myself. Alright, well, that means it's now 7 o'clock. I can't figure out what to do, so I'm going to quickly pull up a tutorial. Because it should be doable, but... I've beaten this game, but well, I've beaten Pathologic before. Oh, the door was right there, and I was missing it the entire time.
I had a feeling you would come.
Did the sounds from outside wake you up too? There was a terrible groan, and then something loudly snapped. I didn't hear anything. I think there are strangers in the backyard by the pond. They're unlikely to be planning mischief, but I have a bad feeling about this. I'm afraid to go out to them. I hope they go away soon and stop disturbing our sleep. Thank you. I sincerely hope you have everything you need, because I am happy to help to have you here. Daniel, is it? Could you please tell me where your ruler Simon Kane lives? Are you willing to trade the company of a fascinated woman for that dreadful old man? Even if he is a sorcerer, that's so sad, but Simon wouldn't go anywhere. He is, he has always been, he will always be, even if the moon were to fall to the ground. Please stay with me a little longer. Simon is a sorcerer. Did I hear you right? And Simon is a sorcerer. Did I hear you correctly? Hear you right. Is that his secret to longevity? Are you in that much of a hurry? Do come around. The Canes are asleep now. Take your knockabout coat off. Have a rest in my bed. Let me warm your hands. You are so anxious to see Simon, as though your life depends on it. Yes, my life. Now that my laboratory is on the brink of destruction, my whole life's pursuit depends on that remarkable man. If he has really managed to live that long, then his tissue will help me defeat death itself. Not to bug you while you're streaming, but I'm going to specifically bug you with a different game. Did you see what I said about the paintings in Animal Crossing? In DMs, probably. If it was in DMs very recently, probably not. Um. I had not seen that. I have responded now. Death. So that's the enemy you've chosen for yourself. Isn't it hard? I don't think anyone has managed to defeat that evil yet. Millions of doctors defeated it on certain singular occasions, but my enemy is more fearsome. It is death itself rather than a single cause of death. My enemy is inevitable, and I am changing the forces of nature. Why are both of his responses sort of smug and arrogant? Well, I know it is. Well, noble bud, I gotta go to sleep. Good night. Okay, night night, Leor. Both of these are smug and prickish. But this, I think, is the least smug and prickish. I don't understand. I can barely understand it myself. Could death only seem inevitable to us, but in reality be nothing more than the whim of the will that has shaped the world? That is the question. So, where is the key to my victory? Show me where Simon lives. This feels less mean. It's not fair. The Canes live at the Crucible on Bridge Square, but could I please offer you a piece of advice? Go on. Simon has two younger brothers. The eldest of two, Georgie, is called the Judge by the locals. Visit him first. He isn't asleep. He'll teach you how to speak with Simon. The youngest of the three is Victor. His daughter, Marina, also wanted to see you. It's probably important. Well, was it she who knew about my arrival beforehand? Yes, she told me about it privately. Talking to her is no simple task. Maria is the kind of person she puts on airs, but that's just how the Canes are. It was Maria who told me that she would help you defeat death. That's the precise wording. What a coincidence. Alright, thank you for the advice. Go, and I'll prepare everything for your turn. Do not come back after you speak to the Canes. They will probably do a lot of things that will puzzle and put you on guard. I'll have some advice. Oh, do come back. I thought that was do not. I will have some advice that may be helpful to you if you need it. Okay, I'll come back. Pulls a wooden sword. I will defeat the eagle dragon. It sees noble. Where's the dragon? Oh, I munched. Mentioning it belongs to Eva, and... Okay, well, so if we want to go speak to Simon Kane, then we should... So, we've been told we should probably go up to the Crucible, and then over to him. Goodbye, Eva. You have been most helpful. Now, there are these men in the back by the pond. Onyx, thank you for the cheese. Let me get you a shout out here. So, Noble, if I may bug you about... I don't know, you were busy yesterday. Yeah, we can talk about that after stream. I do have some interesting questions, I think. What do you want? This ain't your business. Nothing, just taking a stroll. Can I talk to you, Mr. Worm Man? The worm feels sick. Head packed, blood boiling, belly freezing. Let the worm warm up. Let him take a rest. Don't touch us. We are dangerous. I see. Well, I don't seem to be up to much outside of sleeping, so I really can't be bothered. So, if I want to find the Canes, I gotta head up here. Yeah, that looks like their place. Yep, 3 buildings. One we are wanting to go in, and the other 2 I could not. Well, 2 that we want to go in, and 1 that we do not give a shit about. How odd. Sculpture of an upside down crying child.
If we conquer our passions, it is more from their weakness than from our strength.
I'm excited. Yes, I'm gonna give you a shout out, Onyx.
You want? I can top you.
No, I don't know why that shouted me out. The famous Dr. Denkovsky. Your arrival is a great honor for us. Victor Kane at your service. Daniel Denkovsky at yours. I foresee that things have become... I foresee that the things that have become ordinary for us will probably make you feel uncomfortable and disturbed. I would like to compensate for that impression. You know, our small community has fallen out of the loop. Time leaves us behind. What do you mean? I mean the traditions, games that we play with passion will most likely be of no interest to you. The people you meet here may seem eccentric, naive, or even somewhat deranged. Please take it easy on us. Do not judge us too strictly. I will do my best not to disappoint you, or I hope we will be able to work in this atmosphere of mutual trust. I hope you'll be able to work in this atmosphere of mutual trust.
If we conquer our passions, it is more from their weakness than from our strength.
Gory is waiting for you, my friend. He has news for you that you may find surprising. I only ask, don't be too quick to reject his questions. Thank you. I'll decide then and there. Alright, so... I guess we're off to see him.
The town will meet its death at the hand of Simon's murderer. That much is certain.
Most venerable doctor, it is with great impatience that we have been expecting you. You do not delve into the minutiae of your business with us, since our family is well acquainted with your scholarly work. Oh, you need not delve in. We are also quite aware of the difficulties you are experiencing and well prepared to do our utmost to support you. It hurts me all the more to be the one to inform you that Simon, my consagious, I'm not sure what that word is, brother, the creator, keeper, and embodiment of all that surrounds us, has been murdered. Can't believe it, I cannot. My brother was murdered last night, under the strangest of circumstances. But for all the mystery surrounding his death, I'd rather eschew the notion that this departure was that his departure was connected with whoever had visited Simon that evening. The visitor is a man of laudable rectitude and an old friend of our family. There are witnesses to testify that he and Simon did nothing but converse. Who was the visitor? Someone you knew quite well. The man whom my brother saw last night was your colleague, Isidore Isidore Barak. He was not the very... was he not the very person to advise that you come here? Yes, I would have told you that. I'd been brought here by the hand of fate not so long ago, the naive man that I was. Yes, he was the one who advised me to come here. Isidore has done more than he thinks. I have lingering feelings that time itself is using uncontestable powers to further its own intentions. What do you think? I'm no fatalist. Categories like time, nature, fate deprive man of responsibility for what goes on around him. I was taught to avoid this worldview. I'm not a fatalist. It could be that the mind is clouded by sorrow, but I cannot escape the feeling that your arrival was no coincidence. Your choice was made for you, my dear doctor. Let not us blame fate for it. Isidore wrote you without making us aware. He took that control. He took that risk that could have displeased our family. Why do you speak of the word fate with such disgust? I prefer the word time, in a fatalistic sense of the notion, of course. So Simon wasn't aware I would come, even though we were uncertain of when you would arrive. My brother was looking forward to meeting you. The tragedy may have been a consequence of the actions he took in preparation for your arrival. Someone has taken a powerful piece from the chessboard, a piece upon which your position here depends. It is doubly regrettable that Simon was playing on your side. So presume he knew of the blow and sacrificed itself for a pawn. But why? Sincerest condolences. Is there anything I can do to help? Do you want to help us, Doctor? Find the murderer for us. My brother, Victor, who is in the wing next door, would share some of his thoughts on the matter. Help us, and the reward will not disappoint you. Indeed, it seems there are too many coincidences. Your brother's murder can just as well be called the murder of Bachelor Dankovsky. I will help you in any way I can. I need some time to get my act together. I suspect you are not aware that these developments render my whole life's work null and void. I am convinced that if there is anyone that can help us solve the puzzle, then it is you. Your mission calls for someone as astute and not inventive as yourself. If Isidore was an instrument of fate, then Simon's murder is a message. The fate intended for you personally. Do not think I am inclined to blame you for that. I am not. Seems to be more of a visual novel game than anything else. Well, it's just because we haven't quite gotten into it yet. How do you plan to look for the murderer? Or that would have been strange to say the least. We will take our own measures. The only thing I expect from you is to be yourself. Do what you think is required. Whatever you find out, whatever you do, your day turns into, everything is a clue to the solution of this puzzle. I repeat, everything that is happening here is happening on your account. Fine, I'm fine with the course of justice. You have my sympathy. Stats, my hunger and exhaustion are up a little bit, but
It is far easier to be wise for others than to be so for oneself.
how can I help you? Gregory has told me everything, which is to say he told me very little, but it was enough To astound me, he maintains that you can provide a more detailed account. Yeah, it makes sense. So you've agreed to help us. I have. May I ask why? The killer's goals seem to align astonishingly well with the goals of those who have been waging war against my work for years. We shared a tragedy. I want to exact vengeance upon the one that robbed me. My work future, I want to solve a puzzle. I like having... I even like having so little information. It is a challenge to my intellect. So are you going to use your old avatar ever, or exclusively this one? This one is my new avatar. The other one was a temporary reference while I was waiting for this to be commissioned. I'm prepared to answer any questions you may have. When was Simon last seen? He sent Isidora home. Then an hour later, he came to this hall to see us. He announced that he has plans to withdraw to the focus and receive no one. He told us not to approach the focus and to fast for a week, partaking of neither meat nor water. Then, in the morning, he was found dead. How was he found? Could he have been poisoned? Why no meat or water? That actually sounds like a bigger question. Why no meat or water? Our explanation is that he wanted to be mourned beforehand, as it is a custom with the local people. That this is very like him, so he knew in advance that he would die. I think between you and me, that is precisely why my brother Grigori fears. I can say nothing more about that. How was the body discovered? The servants discovered him in the morning. The room had been ransacked. Everything that was breakable had been broken. His disfigured, contorted body bore signs of terrible suffering. His neck was twisted. His spine broke. Broken, I think. No one has touched the body. It is currently inside the focus and remains there for the prescribable amount of time. What is this focus place? It's hard to explain. It's a study, if you will, an extraordinarily spacious, creative laboratory, almost perfectly sealed off, except for the door that was visible at all times, metaphorically speaking. I don't really understand. Like an equation or a mirror puzzle. Anyway, the murderer could not have been hiding there, take my word for it. Well, Simon did get in there somehow. He could perform far more impressive feats. That's the reason the whole town revered him. Alright, how can I help you? Tell me honestly, did Simon exist at all? Just take a look around. Trust your intuition. Do whatever you like. Speak to whoever you feel the need to. Look for the murderer, doctor. You know you will find them. Keep looking till the last breath. I'm sure your rational thinking will help you. So Isidore is the only lead. How can I find him? Alright, who among the townsfolk can help me with this? My daughter will advise you better there. Her name is Maria. For several days she's been observing some design that is somehow related to your arrival. Yes, don't be surprised she knew about you before you were coming. No, I'm not surprised. Really, that's good. Anyway, Maria believes that several bound people will play a special role in your fate before you leave this place. Of course, perhaps it is them that should ask you for help first. First, I'll seek help from my dear colleague, Isidore Barak. Where does he live? I'll look for the murderer myself using my intuition. I don't need anyone's help with this. You need help with this. I'll show you, but you must be careful. Simon's murderer, whoever they are, could be an ordinary person. I can't imagine them ever being could not be an ordinary person. I can't imagine them being a person. I fear it could only have been fate, wearing the guise of mysterious monster. I will be careful. Alright, so that would be where Baraka lives. And we are all the way over here. So we need to go talk to her, and then leg it all the way up to Barak. Well, that church bell goes, I know another hour has passed, and it hasn't gone yet, but I would like to know how close we are to the next hour. 15 minutes. Okay, cool. I'm not sure if it's using a real time clock or anything.
The Saburov's wait is over.
Tricky
They've always
boy!
wanted an
Hello,
heir.
cutie. Let me give you a shout out real quick here, but how you doing? How you doing? You resemble an adventurer rather than a doctor.
I'm a good boy. I'm a very good boy.
Good, making my own custom Minecraft skin. Oh, very nice. You resemble a doctor rather. You resemble an adventurer rather than a doctor. How is it that you know me? Who are you? I'm an adventurer. The appearances can be deceiving. How is it that you know me? I saw you in a dream. Do not flatter yourself. My desires have nothing to do with that. I simply saw you take us all by the throat. What else did you see in the dream? I'll tell you when I think I can trust you. I hope that happens soon.
Yes.
Now listen closely. The time for collusion of secrets and alliances has come. I am going to ask something of you. I'm not used to that. I'm used to holding the reins, but you are not harnessed, so it would be unacceptable to address you in this manner. I find solace in the fact that my request will be welcome with you. It fits your style of your venture. I'm not an adventurer. My job is no venture. I come here. I hope it never becomes one. Yes, you'd better be polite. I don't take kindly to orders. I'm a creature of liberty. I apologize if my worm came across as mangled and silly. I am not used to asking, but the nature of my request demands complete and selfless humility. Just imagine me begging and kneeling, and believe me, I do feel that way. No need to kneel. What do you want to talk about? Today's death was the first, but it won't be the last. Simon has opened the source of the score of irreplaceable victims. Soon their number will multiply. I beg you to preserve the lives of several people when the line of fortune crosses yours. When the lines of their fortune cross yours. Before any of them die, there will be a moment where you are able to intervene. I know that for a fact. Who are these people? That does not matter. What was destined to happen will happen. You can be whatever you want to be, but not a coward choosing to hear no evil and running away from reality. I will give you a list of those. I know these people are bound to you. Bound? How is you? Seems like you're all healed up. I'm feeling much better. And show me the Minecraft skin when you're done with it. I'm quite curious. There's a tight spring of power within each of these people. Each of them can break the routine of human existence and become something greater. They are standing on the verge of humanity, gazing into the realm where they could serve a different, higher purpose, without even knowing it. Moreover, they are bound to make the leap in one way or another. That's why we call them simply the bound. But how is their fate bound to mine? Did you say my victory depends on them? How? I don't know. I'm not a mistress yet. Future is not clear to me as I would prefer, but I can feel the present. Can already distinguish a dubious guess from the pulse of the precise knowledge devoid of words and images. These people are bound to you. Their lives are connected. Your lives are connected. I wouldn't have asked you to take care of them otherwise. Are you clairvoyant or something? You sound delusional. Yes. You haven't been told. Yes. You haven't been told, have you? It didn't even cross my mind that someone may be unaware of my abilities. No one here dares doubt them, for they are evident. Yes, the mistress of everything, of every ruling house possesses special abilities. I am learning to see these futures and transform the present. This fact offers you words a different degree of authenticity. Forgive me, but I don't believe this type of phenomenon. It's this game. I wouldn't be surprised. Will you comply with my request? Will you save the lives of the people I named to you? Answer me before going back to Eva. Alright, if it is truly within my powers, I'll do my best to save their lives. How do you know that Eva has asked me to come back? No, Maria, I need to get back to the capital as soon as possible. I will follow my principles. It doesn't matter which lines of fortunes cross. There will be no exceptions. I like that there will be no exceptions, because if I encounter someone who I can help, I do want to help. I'm stuck between these two options. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tiger by the toe. If he halted, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Alright, here we go. Whatever happens to these people must live. Their fate, kind of mine. Alright, so Gregory Kane, Victor Kane, Andreas Stamatin, Peter Stamatin, Maria Cana, Eva Yan, and Mark Immortel. Alright. Now I've got to leg it over to Isidore Barach. So I've got to go out the gate, around, and across the bridge. Cool. Hey there, Nobel. How are you doing today? Manic! Hello, cutie. I am doing well. Just playing some Pathologic. Which is actually a really fun game in my experience. Though it has been, like, the better part of a decade since I last played it, so I remember very little of it. Alright, and then, yeah, I basically got to keep on this bearing until I hit the river and then head up, yeah. So what's this game about? I've never heard about it. So it's a psychological horror game from the early 2000s. Currently I am doing the bachelor's playthrough where I am a doctor attempting to try to cure death by visiting this town in the Russian steppe. And I've just come from a place where I've learned of the death of a man called Simon Kane, who was supposedly an immortal sorcerer. Well, technically I came from his granddaughter's house, I believe. After talking to her, and I'm now making my way to Barach's house. He is apparently a colleague of mine in the game. Now where am I? I'm there. Okay, so I've made a wrong turn. Actually, I can just go down, but it's probably easier if I make the Yui. Heading the right way, right? Yeah, okay. I know how unusual in RPG a blindness effect is. Lasts like a few seconds, or you can kind of see if it lasts longer. I'm not sure. I think different games and different blindness effects will last different lengths. Right, I've headed the wrong way. And this is as fast as I can walk. Sounds fun. Yeah, I would generally describe it that way. You know how ferocious Mother Nature is, for 'tis her wrath that will be withstood. Oh friend, if only I could wet my whistle, I'd gladly give you anything on Earth in exchange for a gulp of chilling spring water. Thing I can help you with. What an odd man. You know what? Just this way and I'll end up at a bridge. That's all I need is to cross the river. Dragon's Dogma is brutal. It's complete blindness for like 20 seconds. Oh no. That is not good at all. Oh, hello. Winder's crying for my poor children. How are my dearests doing? Is everything alright? Oh, woman's share is hard. Everything will be fine, I'm sure. Alright, so head down this road, and then I can just turn off there, the end of the house, and just keep going till I get to there. Yeah. So it should be here that the turnoff is. You're quite alright. Anything I can do for you? Be much obligation if you help me learn how to get around this town. What is the... this is the warehouse district as well, right? Yeah. It is, but there's not much to tell about it. It consists of two parts. The first part is where everything the town exports is stored: meat, sausage, ham, bone meal, so on. The other one stores various hardware that is manufactured goods that the regular train delivers. Okay. How do I get there? That's in the knots, the southeast part of, to be precise. Station, meat warehouse, the one's close to the station. The hardware one's closer to town. That's where the railroad tracks running between them. Thank you. Alright, are we in roughly the right place? Yeah, so it's just up ahead. It's 4 houses out, so... I'm gonna say that's 1. Basically a death sentence if there's enemies around. Yeah, I can see that. 2. 3. And that should be... No, it's the next one across. That's... Oh, it's walled off. Okay, so I've got to go around, eh? Get around this way? Okay. So the front door then is on... It's on that side. Okay, so I guess I've got to go around a bit more. Can I get to it this way? Yeah, okay. Excuse me. Foul murder occurred here this night. No unauthorized access is allowed. Inspecting the crime scene is strictly forbidden until further notice. Who was killed? Well, you're not a local, sir, so you're unlikely to understand the loss we've suffered. Isidore Barach, a great surgeon, a benefactor to us all, and an all-around skilled doc, an outstanding man, beloved and well-respected by us locals. Does it really have to take the very best? What a foul time to live in. I knew him. I'm a doctor, too. Whoever killed our only doctor surely be looking to also to get us all killed. Isidore could cure anything. He also knew how to make cuts and incisions because he was a warden. He knew all his lines all right. Like I said, it all makes sense. Whoever killed Simon took Isidore's life too, and this is merely the beginning. Makes you think the two cases are connected. Oh, Fluffy Boy, thank you for a book of questions. Well, who would have the heart to attack such men? If you had asked me yesterday, I would have told you no one would dare inflict such an ugly wound on this town. But there is someone. Has to be someone. Though it looks fishy if you ask me. That thing was no man. That's what I think. Alright, book of questions. Question 180. For $1 million, would you be willing to never again see or talk to your best friend? No. That's an easy ass answer. No. $1 million may be a lot of money, but you can't replace friends with money. Explain yourself. This murderous deal is all mysterious. There's a talon stuck in the victim's chest. Go ahead, bend your arm at the elbow. Good sir. Yes, like that. There you go. That's how long it was. It broke off. There was dust on the floor. The deceased had been renowned steep walker, and the dust was all covered in hoof steps. Like traces of sharp bone, I guess. As if someone was using a walking stick around there. I'm telling you, it's her. The Shrabnak-dia. The clay man-eater. The Shrabnak-dia. This is the biggest no far from that book. Yeah, that's a big no. It's the biggest no so far. I want to inspect the building. Alright, enough of this. Is there a person of a simpler mind assigned to work this case? I want to inspect the building. I've been assigned to this post by Alexander. He is the head of the Cerberov family. His house is in the decline right now, but it is still powerful and very much respected. For it is they that have been responsible for maintaining the worldly order and public safety in this town since olden days. Please kindly address your concerns to him. There's their rod. You just take that road up this place, get to the Cape. As for me, I'm not authorized to let you in. You should have said so from the start. Alright, so now I've got to go here to the rod, which seems to essentially be me having to go back around the way I came. Excuse me. Pathologic. Yes. And I am playing the Bachelor, and this is the first day. Ugh. Look, you got me at a bad time for the cough. Very thematic for a game like that, coughing your lungs out. It's just the leftover effect of flu. But yes, it is just a touch thematic. Jakey boy, thank you for the hydrate and soul. Sharko dying from whatever illness is in this town. Seems some people already know where this is going, including myself. But let me hydrate real quick here. First game is really hardcore. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm on the right path. And I immediately start heading the wrong direction. This is the rod, I'm assuming. The cape. Yeah, I'm right.
Neither the sun nor death can be looked at without winking.
Hello. So I finally get to see you. Yes, you really do look like a messenger of sorrowful times. In any case, welcome to the Rod. Our meeting is quite significant in a way. Facing the changes with open eyes and taking their first blow is my duty. Do you think we're on the verge of an especially unhappy era? No grim events have clouded our existence last summer. Since last summer. The country has cured its war wounds, commercial communications have been repaired, astrologists expect nothing ill. Do you hold astrologists' opinion in high regard? Sometimes I have. Are you an astrologer? Who do I have the pleasure of speaking to, sir? The movements of the planets have an obvious effect on our lives. However, I do not think it's humanly possible to gain any profit from that. I think that's his. I am a ruler. Astrology can be very curious, but I cannot allow it to influence my decisions. I have to act according to factual circumstances. Do you agree? Definitely.
The outcome was to be expected.
Second is 2, but not that
Simon
much.
was
Yep.
doomed.
Sir, if you will not rest your throat, it may turn really bad. Oh, don't worry about me. I have recovered from flu. It's just some leftover nastiness. Most of the time, it's really okay. I just had a bit of a bad cough there. Yeah. So, you've come to meet with Simon, haven't you? What can I do for you now? I was actually invited by Isidore, so I came to meet with him first and foremostly, but now it turns out that... Do you have any weapons? Who are the people who are guarding Isidore's house? Nothing, not anymore. Why are you giving me that look as if Simon's death was my fault? He's been murdered, yes. Looks like the murderer is always one step ahead of you, doesn't it? That same one that took Simon's life, too. At least that's the conclusion suggested by the information at my disposal. Same pattern, same signature. So, who did it? You should really think... You should really think what you say. I'm not quite sure what you mean, Dirg. Dialogue routes that will potentially fail you. Oh, I know. I am playing this game as if it is a first playthrough. It's not my first playthrough, though. I never did get, like, the true ending, but I have made it through alive and stuff. Oh, I see. I'm talking in-game. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Sorry for backseating. Hey, it's perfectly alright, cutie. It's all good. It's all good. That's why the first playthrough tag isn't there, because it's not my first playthrough, you know? Sorry for confusion. It's all good. It's all good. I wouldn't have believed it. His own son. The fellow came back after being away for quite a while. His father had sent to study surgery. When he was a greenhorn, quite a lot he learned, huh? A wandering scholar turned to the bone. Turned evil to the bone. All of that just to grab the inheritance. Wait, how did you figure that out? So how did Isidore come to leave a fortune? So what, did Isidore leave a fortune? I want to know how he figured it out. Well, it's hard to explain to an outsider like you. Do you believe such thing as this clairvoyancy, bachelor? Of course I do. Well, then you should get to know my wife, then. Or better yet, those who have already had the opportunity to witness the power of her prophecies. Former doubters, first and foremost, rationalists. She's got something to say to you too, by the way. So your wife called out Isidore's son specifically. So do you have the rationalists in the town? Do you have rationalists in the town? Except for me, that is. See, I'm more curious about this son thing. Not specifically, no, but it all adds up. The circumstances of Simon's death would make you wonder, too. Isidore's son arrived here last night, timing speaks against him. It even matches the time it takes for someone to get to the crucible, from the crucible to Isidore's house. I walked there in a matter of minutes, so it wouldn't take all that long. That's not enough. I'll have to take the investigation into my own hands. Is there anyone who be able of helping me apart from your wife? What about the motive? He's the type that needs no motive. Students these days know nothing of virtue and ethics, and a medic too. Humans are just hairless animals to them, or even a harmful virus infesting the environment. Cynical bastards. Oh, but I do apologize. Didn't mean to offend you by extension. I see you like generalizations. I would have been so quick to accuse the junior Barack. That's fine, especially since I agree. I'm fed up with students as well. Okay, I would say this because I wouldn't be so quick. However, the Bachelor being the man he is would say something to that effect. Guess who's back? Back again. Again. Guess who's back? Tell a friend. It's Impu. It's Impu. The Impuist Imp. Well, I'm actually trying to... I want to find his wife. It says Pathologic is a walking simulator, but actually a walk needs to process all the philosophy and dialogue it gives.
The
I
rabble
say
is completely out of control. No, I can't stand it much longer.
Nothing, not anymore. Okay, well. Yeah, Toby's internet exploded. Oh no, oh no. Well. Also, you know you should stop the game when you read chat. Yeah, I do, but on the other hand, the game will not forgive you. That is entirely true. However, I'm not attempting for perfection. I'm just attempting to play the game, to beat the game. Well, I say beat the game. I'm attempting to at least do the Bachelor's playthrough this October. That way I can come back and do the Haru specs and then the Changelings on subsequent Octobers. At least it was a sparkly pretty explosion. I hope not. The sparkly pretty explosions are the worst for the tech. Main objective, dick around. Actually, it's funny because the Bachelor's main objective never updates. Unless you get the perfect ending, which I've done like once before. But it's not a task I am eager to repeat. That's not creepy at all. She was pathologic, so what would I expect? This is quite an interesting building here. Let's see. Enter.
The children no longer remember me.
Basically, Toman mentioned Yuki's name and then Yuki's name, then stream die. May I ask if you started collecting bottles, or are you like full immersion Dankovsky? I'm trying to go for like a full immersion Dankovsky if he wasn't so much of a prick. So no, I haven't started hoarding stuff yet. Like I say, I played this game a few years back, so a lot of it's quite fuzzy to me. But I'm just trying to play this game the way I would think to play it. As I go through it, as I learn things, I'll learn them, yeah? Look at this. If only my dear mother was alive, she'd take the reins of power in her hands. Even father would listen to her. But who is to take care of us now? Not Katharina, that's for sure. The mistress is too exhausted. Katharina is supposed to take care of you? Katharina is scared like a child herself. And I also think she is being tricked. Yes, her prophecies come true, just like it's always been, but they are becoming more and more noisy. Every word she utters comes across as a metaphor. Too bad I didn't know your mother. Yes, she had waves of warmth and power emanating from her. She held the whole town in her grasp, like a giant bird protecting her fledglings, and a single demon could invade our little community. I remember those happy times. People like her leave this world quicker than those who live only for themselves. There will be more happy times. There will be more happy times.
It's hard for us to believe in things that lie outside of our scope.
A terrible headache, but it will pass soon. Sorry to have bothered you. Quinine can help if you don't have anything better. I don't have quinine to offer, unfortunately. And this is a very large house for such a small, accessible portion. Ah, but there are more doors. I see a worm man. Chessboard, bed. Ah, hello.
No, I won't believe in some earthen killer.
Ah, Bachelor Dankovsky, of course. Who else could be so dapper? I've heard quite a lot about you. Have you taken a look around? Be sure to check the state of the industry around here. We have our own ways. How curious. And what of the current state of your industry? Do you think I've come here to inspect this town? I can't say that I'm interested. Do you think I've come to inspect this town? Come now. That's precisely what I'm saying. The sanitary inspection testified last year that the Bull project is in order. Nothing to cavil at. Everything is fine. Good for you. I see we're not really seeing eye to eye. This project is special, very special. That means common standards do not apply here. That would be naive. You are probably right.
Why are my children like this?
Yes, getting everything back on track won't be so easy. Yes, it will be hard. How do you think Simon died? Yes, it will be hard.
No, I won't believe in some earthen killer.
Do you think Simon died? I don't think he was murdered. How could he who craved monastia not perish? He couldn't, not in this place. Balance requires equilibrium. So Simon is So Simon's course of action contradicted yours. You're saying as Simon's death worked in the favor of those local hotshots, huh? Monarchy. How could he who craved monarchy not perish? Come now, what I'm saying, when someone takes too much upon themselves, they always end up getting ground down. That's how life works. If they say Simon is the one who bends circumstances, not the other way around. No one seems to doubt that. There are signs of otherworldly visitors in the night, weren't there? Monocracy. Aw, Striker, hello, how you doing? Monocracy. Monocracy? I'm still not quite sure how to say that word. There are signs of an otherworldly visitor that night, were there not? Simon has lived a very long life. Very long. He was a worrisome man, but long does not mean eternal, does it? No one is to blame for his death. Examine the body. See for yourself. It just happened. Kane won't let me examine the body. I will follow your advice. Okay, so if I head down 2 houses, then hang a left, and then a right, I should be at the water. One house. Two house. Durg Lover, thank you for the creeper. Hang a left, then a right. Another odd, powerful house. Right spot, yes. Good, 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 good. My hunger and exhaustion are a bit up, but still within safe levels. And what time is it? It's only about 10 a.m., so lots of time left in the day. Okay, now it's 10 a.m. Lots of time left, lots of time.
Oh,
The
what
ominous,
is there to talk about now?
the ominous singing outside the window is gnawing at me. Who could be singing at a time like this? A little time has passed, but I feel hungry and exhausted again. I can't hear anything.
I had a feeling you would come.
Since you've decided to fight death, you will have to be very careful. It's September. You will be dying with every breath of our air. Oh no, the night singer run. Oh no. You'll be dying with every breath of our air. We are all dying every second of life. It's exactly this annoying phenomena that I have challenged. But since you've heard of, I'm not sure how to say that name, fans' achievements, I'm not going to waste your time monologuing. What am I supposed to do? Not breathe your air? Should I have stocked up on air from the capital? What does September have to do with it? Those both feel like bad questions, but I think this one is probably going to end the dialogue. If you got me wrong, you'll be dying much faster. You'll be dying here much faster than in the capital. Body is wasting away just as fast as a boat sinks when full of water. Breathe in all the air. Can you feel it? But why? The steppe is full of various herbs. They fill the air with dizzying vapors. White whip, tire, and swervery are dangerous in August and September, when the herbs surrender their juices to the sun. People tend to get headaches this time of year. Heat, heart sufferers lie in bed with pains. My heart aches too. How do people live here? Twire is a rare herb, so it is usually bearable, but this year it's been unbelievably plentiful. The elder says that it's phenomenal. Nothing like this has happened before. They think it's a bad omen. Well, I don't believe that. The air is droning. Can't you feel it? Don't you feel dizzy? Yes, the air is heavy. You need to sleep often. Never go hungry. Drink more water. You need to look after yourself properly. If you feel sick, forget everything else and get some rest. Otherwise, you may die of a heart attack or bleeding. Be careful, alright? The more I think and do, the faster I die. The symbol of it, I saw it. That symbolism if I ever saw it. My heart and mind are strong enough. It is symbolism if I ever saw it, though. Alright, well, food is probably going to be a necessity. I say probably, it is going to be a necessity. Given that we got a reputation, health, hunger, immunity, exhaustion, and infection levels. And these are the people we need to not die. I don't remember where the shops are. Well, you know what? I think I'm going to go speak to Simon's daughter. Then I'll probably take a quick BRB to grab some food, and then be back soon. Actually, you know what? I think I will BRB before I go get food. I think I'll BRB before I talk to her, I should say. So let's just Flinder, so that way I remember. Oh, do you know what kind of food you're going to get? I didn't have anything in mind, actually, but it shouldn't be hard to get something. Alright. Gonna put myself here so that way I will remember where to come back to. And I'm back. With food.
Why can't I move on my own?
We the Canes have always been out of touch with mundane reality, but we are driven by love. Love can be furious, funny, blind, but there's never a need to make excuses for it, is there? What exactly did you see in that dream of yours? The one that had to do with me. I'm not sure I'll be a great talker right now, especially on this topic. So it wasn't for the Vegemite, I would love the sandwich. Oh, well, fair enough, but that just means more Vegemite for me. I'll eat your Vegemite so you don't have to. A truly terrifying battle is ahead of you. No one has ever told you about your fate. I will be the first. You must know that I admire you in advance. Regardless of the outcome, you will fight a foe that few can defeat. Is that a prophecy, regardless of the outcome? You will clash with your foe like a dragon slayer, but your weapon will turn against you. Striking at the heart, you will end up with your own flesh torn. Every drop of blood you squeeze out of that heart will turn into a gulp of yours. If your foe escapes you, penetrates you, or saddles you, you will hear malicious laughter in your ears, and my crestfallen weeping. It's about murderers. So it's about murder. I will make them regret your tears, whoever they are.
The Saburovs' wait is over. They've always wanted an heir.
Alright, well, I think that was the wrong option I chose then. However... Actually, there seems to be a new circle there. Femboy is Nobel's true self. Shows so it's the best. Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad you like Femboy Noble best. It is accurate to me.
Few people know death. We only endure it. Usually
Welcome
from
back,
determination,
Vitae. How you doing?
and even from stupidity and custom.
I'm counting on you, Doctor. Which of the locals could help me out? Whose words can be trusted? One more thing, I'd like to examine your brother's body. How many doctors are there in your town? No matter what happens, the truth will be revealed in the end. I don't know how long you'll have to remain here, Doctor. You are most welcome to be my guest, even though I won't try to keep you while you are here, though, and especially since you are trying to find out the truth, it is my duty to offer you a piece of advice. I'm most grateful for it. This remote place has a history of its own. There is not enough time to retell it to you, which is unfortunate, since it is the background of this town that may possibly justify some local conventions that will most likely seem barbaric to an educated person like yourself. Not at all. What traces did history leave in your society, then? There are 3 truths that rule this town. 3 origins, 3 ideas, if you like. For several generations, these 3 powers have been in conflict with each other. I suspect none of them can exist without the other 2, yet each of them still strives to dominate. Each of them has its own voice, too. Tell me more, I've studied philosophy at the university. It takes far more serious, and I take it far more seriously than some of my colleagues. However, I fail to see the usefulness of all that to me. I fail to see if its usefulness at this time. Tell me more. I do want to know more. These voices are the ruling families, the co-owners of the Bull Project, who have been ruling this town for almost 2 centuries. Each one of the truths they represent is screaming at the top of its lungs, and in so doing, travesties. Yeah, I think that's travesties. Travesties, whatever virtue it carries. This is too complicated. I don't see what this has to do with your brother's murderer. Who are they? The first voice is the Sabrovs. The second is the Olgamifskis. The third one is us, the Canes. We are the heads. We are 3 heads of one beast. Each of the clans will offer their own understanding of what is going on. Each of the 3 will make their own voice, and the voice of their followers to lie and distort the truth. We cannot exist otherwise. However, in doing so, we will inadvertently reveal the entirety of the truth to anyone who would listen. You suggest I believe you. I'm surrounded by lies. How exciting. Truth is my only idol. It is for me. It is only for the truth that I fight. Do not worry. I only trust proven facts. Words alone carry no weight for me. Suggest you believe no one. Perhaps I'm only one of... Perhaps I am the only one of the 3 rulers who would ask you to discard his very words. If nothing else, I hope it will win me your favor. At least I am offering you honest advice. You should never trust any of us completely. Neither the Canes, nor the Olgamitskis, nor the Sabarovs. BRB, okay. Such sincerity does inspire trust. I do not trust anyone blindly. That goes against my principles. What am I supposed to do then? Furthermore, each of us will try to paint a rather ungainly image of the other 2. Most likely, we will fill you in on the negative sides of each other's factions, or withhold anything good about them. That is inevitable. None of us will stoop to outright slander, so everything that will be said will be most likely true, but this truth will be one-sided and incomplete. Listen carefully to what we say and take it into account. Your words are a pleasant surprise, Judge. The stories of the evil of the Canes have unleashed onto this world are particularly true. Do not feel obliged to act in our favor. As you can see, I will stop before nothing to ensure the unbiased investigation. The lack of prejudice I want to instill in you is the one and only reason why I am making a confession like this. I do not want my brother to have died in vain. Take your word seriously. Here our desires concur, Judge. Alright. So I think we've had a good talk there. That's the abattoir. The first block of the second block. The railway station. Factory building 4, the machine. The boiler room. Town theater. The Lump, the Olgamitski's mansion, home to Big Vlad and Capella. Alright, well, let's go talk to the Olgamitskis then. They feel like they're gonna be they are the next other important player. There's this big church. I'm kind of curious to have just a peek in. Excuse me. It is odd that a Russian development team would seemingly model their the big town church off of a Catholic one, as opposed to an Eastern Orthodox one. That is a bit of a surprise, but not too much of a surprise, to be honest. It's definitely not what I would have expected. I'll just cut through that. Actually, yeah, if I cut through that back garden... Okay, it's more of an alleyway than a backyard. But it is something I can swing through. $11. Okay.
What?
Okay, well, I seem to have annoyed him when I was here last, so any other people I can talk to in the building? Another kid who's not doing very well is in there. Perhaps there are other entrances, though. Okay, by the looks of it, there are not other entrances. Well, I suppose there is a murder to be discussed, so... Gonna head back over to that. Actually, if I turn here, I can probably make it most of the way up to there and then just a little bit. So, I'll follow along this. So I see that big house. No, okay, so still a bit of a ways up. It is annoying that there isn't just a path there. That would have been nice.
The outcome was to be expected, I'm afraid. Simon was doomed.
Alert, the pretty Sharko is pretty. Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad you think so. Sharko is short. Yep. I am Sharko, I am short. So who are the people guarding Isidor's house? Volunteer patrolmen. We usually keep around 20 of them, but we have increased the number recently to 100 and 100 and a half or so. Really? Why do you need so many? There is unrest in the Temetry. If I weren't certain that Isidore had been murdered by his son, I would even consider the crime to be politically motivated. Isidore was preparing to take over the kin and become its leader, at least according to the information I have. What is the kin? The steppe people who work in the abattoir, many of the factory workmen, an ignorant patriarchal pile that hasn't changed much since the Stone Age. They look human enough, but if you look closer, they're just beasts. Believe me when I'm telling you that I am not snobbish in the slightest, but there's a good reason to call them that. Yes, Isidore always had the air of a person untouched by civilization. Goodness, Isidore was an educated modern man compared to them. They revered him too. He got to know modern knowledge, but never left his people. Complicated man, may he rest in peace. Yes, I am sorry about Isidore. I don't think you're aware of the fact that Isidore came to me last night. Just after he returned, he warned me that there was some ominous events ahead of us. I took that as an unofficial warning about his upcoming takeover. So you took measures. Evidently. I've mobilized the patrols, and I see what you're employing, Bachelor. But I am not insane. Engineering Isidore's murder, as a matter of fact, a strong independent Kim under Isidore's rule would have been way more useful to me. Really? Why? Because that would weaken the power of the honorable Vladislav Olgamitsky, who's pocketed the economy of the whole town. He'd rather see the kin as a dumb, speechless herd. And come to think of it, well, I'm sure you understand where I'm going with this. I do. Also adorable. Shirk, why are you at soup? Oh, I am not at soup. So adorable. According to this recipe, I need a whole shark to help stir my cauldron.
I can't stand it much longer.
And it has to be done with their tail. I see. Well, it seems the kin are involved. So guess it's time to go check out. He mentioned the Terra to me, which are over here. So I guess I'm going to check out this place. So let's see. Quickest route would probably be. I've got to back engineer this. Okay, there's a clear path here. So if I was to go, that should. So we need to go down 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, Stomatin's studio. Well, I should stop there on the way. So, magic person, I can confirm Crystal is correct. Ooh. Oh, well, I guess if Crystal is correct, then I can do nothing but help them stir their pot. Alright, well, let's stop in to see the Stomatins. This is their studio, after all.
We fear everything, old boy, as mortals do, and desire everything as if we were immortal.
I see the reflection of my epiphanies in your eyes. Who are you, my long-awaited guest? I'm Daniel Denkovsky. You are a good person to drink and talk to. I will make no mistake. You'll make no mistake by calling me Peter. You can call me Audrey too, just for the sake of diversity, and Audrey too for the sake of diversity, and it won't be wrong either. What do you mean? Question time will be later. Let's drink some Tyrene and to our acquaintance, and don't you dare insult me by refusing. There is a retort in one of the cupboards. I think I didn't smash it yesterday. I was so pissed. Thank you. I'll drink to your wit.
We fear everything, old boy, as mortals do, and desire everything as if we were immortal.
Now is not a good time to talk, however, important the matter. Nothing important, I'm just doing the rounds. Alright, I'll come by later. Alright, now there's a door here. Can I go in here? No. Oh, what an interesting fellow. So, if I come around... Hey, look, there's another entrance. No. Just lands me back out here, where I came from. Ooh, Manic the Wolfling. Thank you for the hydrate. Let me fill up my cup here with some more water. hunger and exhaustion are getting higher, but still within reasonable levels. Alright, now we've just got to continue on the outside of the buildings. Yeah, if I keep following this road, I should end up there. That feels quite out of place with the rest of the town. What even is this? It looks kind of like tree root, but there's no tree, no cut end. How odd. I fell asleep, I'm sorry. It's okay. Oh, no need to apologize. They can see the silhouette of the abattoir rising on the horizon. Oh, it's really quite interesting music they've started playing. Alright, it seems I can't go in there. At least not yet, anyway. The abattoir, though, seems like it should probably be counted among one of the, like, important family factions. You know, if it's so important. Even if they might be cave people level civilized. The sheer number of them would make them an important player. Like, this thing seems to be as big as chunks of the city. Him who keeps this up, he'll be as intelligent as them, lol. Oh, Impu, if you are EP, just go curl up. It's okay, it's okay. I'm only planning on doing 1 day per stream of Pathologic anyway. You know, I'll probably switch to something else afterwards. Because we're, what, we're heading to like 3 hours in, and, you know, I still have so many questions. Fine, but if I sleep through my alarm, I'm blaming Floofy because I can. Oh, Floofy is a good boy. Seems like getting into here is going to be something of a feat. Yeah, boy, if you is tired, you should go eat, okay? You're a good boy, okay? Even if you gotta eat. Can't tell if it's the game engine being a little bit funky, but there are some chromatic aberrations. They don't seem to be appearing on stream, though. So it could also just be my TV. Well, I suppose I should head over to the railway station. Give that a bit of a look, too, because that's where I came from. Alright, water's edge. So if we followed this, we should end up at the river, which I can follow to a bridge. There we go. Found water's edge. Now we just gotta follow it up to the train station. It's like 1 p.m. in game, but I can't think of anything else to do, so I'm probably going to, today's other task, today's quest. Well, that lowered my hunger a bit. And the fuck is that? an odd thing to be left here. Oh, you can hear babies crying on this thing. Oh, fuck, no. Fuck, no. Fuck, no, fuck, no. Fuck, no, bud. That's just a big-ass fucking no for me, bud. Something that's very Asherian. With babies crying? Yeah, fuck no. How am I doing? Midnight! Hello, cutie. I am doing well. Let me give you a quick shout out here. Hey, it's the clip of the Hoover. Train station, right. Should be heading south. Taking the right way, yeah. So how does it feel to be the coolest Sharko ever? Ah, it feels very good, Gamer Mouse. It feels very good indeed. Thank you for the shout out. Aw, you're very welcome, Midnight. And I wouldn't know if I'm the coolest Shork ever, but it does feel good to be a cool Shork. I don't know if I've been in here yet. Just went away in. No, I've seen the rank. No, see, I have the rankings right here. Oh, I didn't know the rankings were out yet. This is here your number one, no takebacks. Oh, well. That's very nice to hear. Ah, okay, I can't seem to get into here. Any back entrances, maybe? Got a well. Bought myself a chocolate chip cookie. Oh, very yummy. I'm quite glad to hear it. Alright, well, back on our heading south mission. So I want to check out that train station. I'm heading south, right? Yeah, I'm heading south. Gee, so I made an alien reptile Yu-Gi-Oh deck to dual soul who's using an Sprite beats when using Dark Magician. Imagine losing to aliens. Hey, aliens are pretty impressive. Don't shortchange them. Alright, we're here at the train station. Alright, nice, very nice. I mean, they aren't a great archetype. Maybe. I don't know much about Yu-Gi-Oh. Alright, that's 2 p.m., I think. Oh, geez, no, that's 3 p.m. Alright, well, this is the train station. There should be a way in somewhere. I mean, aliens are cool. In fact, the aliens archetype was made in 2006. Yu-Gi-Oh had consistent one-turn kills and only received one new card since. They don't even mesh well. The biggest boss monster. These aren't even called aliens, so they don't capitalize on the A counters. Oh, I see. Seeing as I've never played Yu-Gi-Oh before, I've played Yu-Gi-Oh a couple of times, so I shouldn't say I never played Yu-Gi-Oh before. I've only played Yu-Gi-Oh a couple of times, and every time I got killed instantly, like, turn 2, and was told, well, you know, you just gotta get good. And I'm like, you know, this game is way more complicated than Magic the Gathering, so I think I'll stick with that. Ow. Shit, I might have just got myself stuck. Can I crouch and get around here? No, that's not working. Be here, I can crouch. Aha! Yes, there we go. So I'm not stuck. It's the most complicated card game in existence. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, and there's things like Euchre, which makes Yu-Gi-Oh seem like... Well, Euchre is made seem simple by things like Yu-Gi-Oh. And, well, let's just say Euchre is quite the card game. Also no mana system. Don't do card rotation, so a lot of cards also a manager system to run lots of infinite combos. There is that, I guess, but like, I don't know. Magic seems relatively simple by comparison, because it's like, oh, you know, tap land, generate mana, then, you know, spend mana to cast spells. No mana system. Oh, okay. I misread that. I assumed it was just an additional statement. Another weird Ashirian structure. Again, the sound of crying children. Does not inspire confidence. Patient, my health is not doing very well. Ah. Well, let's head back to our bed for the night. Our exhaustion is just incremented. Well, we're heading home. These muggers are just attacking her. No good reason. Shit. Murderer. Murder. They're literally gang members beating up on a woman. Fuck you, but I'm back and can chat now. Welcome back, Foofy. But yeah, the deck is supposed to be a focus on counter to weaken enemy monsters and fighting aliens, but it only works when certain aliens are on the field, taking control of enemy monsters. But honestly, the second part is so hard to pull off, I probably will cut those cards to place more damaging alien cards or utility cards. Fair. Well, shit. Well, I guess, tomorrow we're gonna do a new attempt at Pathologic. Well, it's first day anyway, because that ended about as well as I expected. Actually, I expected that to go better, but I did not take down the muggers quickly enough. So I'm gonna switch games. I will, however, let you hear the amazing Pathologic music as I get set up. Like, the basic one needs to be summoned, but then later on summoned again while already on the field to do it. The other is a weak boss monster that takes control when it kills something, but it has no easy special summon alien overlord, so it's better than Alien Mother. Yeah, I can see that. Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
How you doing? Let me switch to my collab screen. There we go. Let me make sure chat can hear you. Just say something for me, please.
Hello, hello, hello.
Ah, good, good, good. Let me update my stream info here. Follower special with Wind Waker. Joining me on the VC is Soul. He will kind of be my guide to Wind Waker.
Yeah. You.
Alright, category has been updated.
Is it possible that you can share it through Discord as well, so I can so I don't have to listen to the stream again to get game audio?
Unfortunately, because of the way capture cards work, I cannot.
Oof, unfortunate. Okay then.
Yeah, well, you can always mute the stream audio. If you're on...
I am still watching the stream, but there'll also be like a few seconds delay,
That's
so...
true. So, Sag, yeah. Wow, so you can play with Best Shark, but you can't finish your Ice Jade deck? So, Sag. I'm not sure what that means.
Not... So, I'm building an Ice Jade deck to go up against his alien deck, but it's only at like 20 cards, 26, something like that.
I see, I see.
And I'm just there like, I don't know how to build a good engine for this, and so I'm just doing a lot of research and looking stuff up to figure out what I want to do with the deck.
The Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker. Press any button. Okie dokie.
And he's trying to make me feel bad for it, because, like, his deck's ready, but then, like, he kept me waiting, like, 2 months for a deck, so I don't feel bad.
Alright, enter my name. I'm going with Noble.
Not fuck me.
No. But this is one this is but one legend of which the people speak. Long ago, there existed a kingdom, a golden power lay hidden. It was a prosperous land, blessed with green forests, tall mountains, and peace. But one day, a man of great evil found the golden power and took it for himself. With its strength at his command, he spread darkness across the kingdom. But when all hope had died, and the hour of doom seemed at hand, a young boy clothed in green appeared as if from nowhere. Wielding the blade of evil's bane, he sealed the dark one away and gave the land light. I needed 40 UR cards. It took that long to grind materials. The boy who traveled through time to save the land was known as the Hero of Time. Gamer Mouse, I don't know what you're talking about because I don't know. The boy's tale was passed down through the generations until it became legend. The Legend of Zelda. But then a day came when a fell wind began to blow across the kingdom. The great evil that all had thought had been forever sealed away by the hero once again crept forth from the depths of the earth, eager to resume its dark designs. The people believed that the Hero of Time would come again to save them.
You fought wrong.
But the hero did not appear. Faced by an onslaught of evil, the people could do nothing but appeal to the gods. In their last hour, as doom drew nigh, they left their future in the hands of fate. What became of the kingdom? None remain who know.
Chat is so lucky being able to listen to the music during this. The OST of this game is on point.
The memory of the kingdom vanished, but the legend survived on the wind's breath. On a certain island, it became customary to garb boys in green when they came of age. See, the word garb is not strange, they use it here. Clothed in green of fields, they aspired to find heroic blades and cast down evil. The elders wished only for the youths to know the courage like the hero of legend. Alright, we're on Outset Island.
Can't see the name because it's got camera, but it says Outset. Hi.
Yes. Big brother. You get 0 to 1 card per pack, 95%, 0, 5%, 1. It takes deconstructing 3 cards to craft 1 card of your choice, so I need 125% chance pulls to make pulls, and each pack costs 100 gems, and you only really make 300 to 400 gems a day without spending money, or if you're good at the game, I guess. I don't know what that means, to be honest, at all. None of that parsed.
So UR cards are like rarity. Typically stronger cards are higher rarity.
Okay.
UR is the highest being ultra rare.
Okay, so like mythic rarity and magic then.
Yeah.
I knew you'd be here. This is my favorite spot to gaze at the sea. When I play with the gulls, I call it Ariel's Lookout. So do you
I've
remember?
always said
Oh,
Errol, but
that's also, it's very possible that it's Ariel's. So do you remember what day it is today? No, I'm half asleep. You're still half asleep, aren't you? I literally called it looking at his face.
I was about to say, does this face look like he knows what's going on?
No, he looks half asleep. Did you forget? Big brother, it's your birthday. That's why Grandma's been for you to come back to the house. She's been waiting for a while now. And it's a good thing I came to find you. You should probably go home and see what Grandma wants, don't you think? Okay. I will go do that.
Link in this game... Yeah, Link in this game has absolutely no idea what's going on 90% of the time.
It just hopped off into the water.
So should we like say why we're playing Wind Waker now?
Oh, yes. So, Wind Waker is one of 2 Zelda games that I actually hate. And Soul is trying to convince me that it is a good game, and I'm going along with it. Because, I mean, hey, I have it, so I may as well give it a go.
I never said I was going to try and convince you it was a good game. I just said, hey, you should play through it with me watching you, so that, like, I understand, like, where you're coming from.
Okay, this is weird, right? So I get up onto these rocks, right?
Right.
And I can jump. Oh, it's not me jumping, it's an automatic action. I was genuinely hitting the B button going, oh, hey, look, I can actually jump.
No, jumping isn't a thing in this game. You just run. Yeah, you can just walk around that. Fun, before you go in the house.
Yeah.
You know how you can... Do you know the button to crawl? Like, crouching and then moving?
Yeah.
Yeah, so approach, like... so, you know there's the ramp going up to your house, but then there's, like, the porch. You can crawl under that.
Okay.
Not the ramp itself, but you can crawl under the porch. There's a little secret here. So yeah, I'm here with the Sharko to just go through the game with him, give him a bit of tips, and just help. Just try and learn, like, why why his opinion is what it is. Not try to change it, but, like, just understand it a bit better.
Why is it so hard to line up with the chest to open it? There we go.
Did this because of the camera.
I got an orange rupee. Just one of these is worth 100 rupees. Your face is beaming. I would normally call that a red rupee. But, okay, game. We'll go with it being orange. I mean, it looked pretty red to me. And
yeah, but...
they're always called red rupees in other Zelda games.
So there are red rupees. They are still worth 20. The orange rupee is worth 100, and it's just very helpful to get a grab early.
Okay, so they've just given it a different name. Or, sorry, they've just made new rupees for this one.
Yeah.
Because wouldn't the 100 rupee normally be silver?
Yes, in some other games, 100 is silver, but in this game, it's orange.
Yeah, because I think purple is 50, blue is 10, red is 20.
Yeah, in this game, green is 1, blue is 5, yellow is 10, red is 20, purple is 50, orange is 100, and then I think gold is 300.
Okay. So I'm in the house now. Oh, look, an old woman. Hello, old woman. I've been waiting for you, Nobel. Nobel. It's very odd. I don't know why I made it sound like this. Time certainly flies. I can't believe you're old enough to wear these clothes. You got the hero's clothes. They look like they might be warm a little warm for this weather. Why does he look so sad? Don't look so disappointed, dear one. Just try them on. Today is a day to celebrate. It's the day that you become the same age as the young hero spoke of in all the legends. You only have to wear them for one day, so don't look so down. Be proud, child. Seriously, though, why does Link look so glum, and why does she look straight out of, like, Majora's Mask?
Link looks upset because he thinks the outfit looks kinda dumb. Which, to be fair, he isn't wrong.
Yeah, the Toon Link outfit really... Okay, Link's outfit in general really is strange. But, like, the Toon Link especially looks strange.
Fun fact, if you're playing on Hero Mode, which we're still quite early in the game, I don't think it would be too unreasonable if you do want to swap to it. If you play on Hero Mode, you don't actually wear the green tunic. You just wear, like, the tunic she hands you now is just invisible, so you just wear Link's, like, pajamas throughout the game.
That's genuinely hilarious. In the olden days, this was the day boys were finally considered to be men. Then they were taught to raise the sword and to prepare them for battle with their enemies. But we don't live in such an age any longer. Our ways are ways of peace. Nowadays, I suppose Yorka is the only one on the island who still knows anything about swordplay. Hanging the family shield on the wall. Hanging the family shield on the wall was a decoration. This decoration is another tradition that has been carried down from those days. Toon Link looks really goofy. It's mostly the hat, to be honest. Like, Link's hat is the goofiest part of his outfit. Because it's not really on his head, it's just sort of duct taped to the back of his head. Isn't that nice, Noble? They suit you all perfectly. A perfect fit. Well, tonight I'm going to invite the whole town over for your birthday party, so you better get ready, shouldn't I? Well, Grandma makes your favorite soup for tonight, and I just know you'll look forward to it. Now, go get your sister, Ariel.
Look at this dude.
To be honest, I was trying to roll off of that ledge. I wonder, can I jump this fence?
I think you can jump onto it if you jump from, like, the porch. Like, the left side of the porch. I think if you roll and... Because rolling off a ledge does give you a bit more distance.
Sour, hello. I've made the most dense cornbread ever. Hello, Sour. How are you, cutie? Oh, well. I can't seem to get it.
Yeah, because that's a 5. Then you run across there, then you jump, then get a 10.
Yeah, which is weird because whenever gold rupees appear, they're usually worth like 500, and those look kind of like gold rupees.
Yeah, but treasure chests call them yellow, so they can get away with it.
Still feels so wrong. So eepy, poor cutie. I sifted all the dry stuff and probably overmixed. Mayhaps, mayhaps. So much cleaning done for inspections and I just want a nap. Oh, well, once you get it all done, I'd say take a big long nap. Hello, seagulls. Goodbye, seagulls. Ahoy, big brother. Did Grandma make that outfit for you? But wow, you look like you'd be way too hot in those clothes. Guess they're pretty neat, though. So anyway, Noble, can you close your eyes and hold out your hand just for a second? I'm gonna give you my most treasured belonging just for one day. Happy birthday!
What a, like, shitty birthday present.
You got it.
You don't even get to keep it. You're just borrowing it.
This is your sister's. You got a telescope. This is your sister's most precious belonging. Treasure it dearly. Use X. Use Y. Set it to Y, X, or R, and use it by pressing whatever button you set it to. Do it now and see what you can see. Using the gamepad, you can also touch and slide items to set them.
Yep. So normally you'd have to pause the game, go into the menu, and then set it, but on the gamepad you can just tap and slide, and it's very helpful. Fucking this bitch like you borrow it, not getting you an actual present.
Why don't you try it out right now? Look. Okay, grab the telescope. I'm gonna set it to R because I think that's what zoom is in Tears of the Kingdom. Well, actually, no,
Yeah,
it's stick click.
Yeah, so you right stick to look around, and then you can press up and down on the left stick to zoom. So look at the mailbox, and that's in front of your house.
Oh, look. Is that a Rito from Rito Village? The postman looks kind of weird, doesn't he? He looks like he's from Rito Village. Oh, we'll look up in the skies. Oh, look, it's the windfish. Not really, it's just a giant bird. I don't know why I called it the windfish.
That is most definitely not the wingfish. That is the Helmarok King.
Yes. For some reason, I said windfish when I looked at it. I was like, wait, no, that's not a windfish. It's not even a fish. Nor a wind. It's just a burb. A big-ass burb. Stealing a people.
Well, stealing and singular people, yes.
Yes, stealing and people. That's why I used the singular an.
This cutscene is so funny to me because it's just the bird just looks at it, screams at the rock, and then gets whacked by it.
Yeah. Alright, well, I guess we've got to head up to the forest.
Nope, not yet. Gotta grab the sword, then up to the forest.
I'm at least grabbing this rupee that I see here.
No, wrong R button.
I know. Hello, tiny pig. I attempt to pick up the tiny pig. The fact that the same button is used to pick up and to roll is mildly infuriating. And to speak, great.
I mean, it's like this in like a lot of Zelda games, so...
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Oh, Noble, press ZR right there and press A to talk to me. Try it. That didn't do anything. Just gonna go into his house and go around. Oh, there he is. So soon, my, you're already old enough to be wearing these clothes. It's going to be very important for you to gather as much wisdom as you can from now on if you're to make your way in the world that is nowhere. I've been studying a wealth of topics since long before you were born. I'm what you call a brain of all trades. You're a smart little fellow yourself, aren't you? You've been thinking it's time. I've been thinking it's time for me to pass around some of my wisdom, and maybe you're the one I should pass it down to. Everything that you see is tracked. Everything that you see tacked onto the walls here is something that I've researched thoroughly. Before you ask, yes, I do know my fighting system is odd. Organization issues aside, however, it is extremely useful information. You will do well to read it all carefully, knowing. Reading leads to knowing, you know.
Hey, so look at the old man.
Yes, I'm looking at him.
He's just a humanized Coatsworth.
Holy shit, you're right.
And now none of you will ever be able to unsee that.
I was gonna say, oh, he's just egad. But like...
No, humanoid Toadsworth.
Yeah, until you said that, I would have said he just looks like a crazier egad. So essentially just egad, but more time. Oh, downstairs is the sword fighty one. Why am I bothering around up here then?
Because he tells you.
There's a sword
fight
fight to be had.
If you check the notes on the wall, it tells you like other controls.
Yeah, but there's sword fighting to be had.
Noble gets told to train his wisdom. Noble immediately does not train his wisdom.
Yeah, because sword fighting's clearly better than wisdom.
Noble having the attention of a 10-year-old child.
Look, follow me here. When is wisdom ever going to be useful? With sword fighting, I can be a Reddit mod.
Oh, I remember this. If you can do the left stick in a circle and press B for the quick spin, it's much more helpful. Oh, so you need to wait until like a prompt comes up before pressing A.
It's kind of annoying that I have to wait for the prompt. What stick is that I move in a circle to do the quick spin attack?
The left stick.
Left stick. Okay, I can do that.
And as you probably noticed as well, the fourth hit and attack combo will often be a spin attack as well.
Okay, now let's go train our wisdom now that we can become a Reddit moderator. I've studied the art of a blade since I was old enough to be a man.
Oh my god.
Tell me that's not something a Reddit mod might say.
While you were busy learning, I studied the blade.
Now to come be a nerd. Energy of life. To be young is to know no limits to one's stamina. The stronger one must first... To become a stronger one must first know oneself. Blah, blah, blah. Life gauge stuff. Yeah, I know how the life gauge works. It's a Zelda game. They haven't changed in 50 years. I know Zelda's only 35, but, you know. Lesson 2, don't underestimate the sea. Watch the round icon at the bottom right while in water. That is one's swim timer. Okay. Sturgeon's 1-point lesson. Lesson 3. Views on life. Use the TV when someone else is using it. Press Y to change. Press minus to change. Seems like chat would have difficulty watching this gameplay if this is all they got to see. Do you think chat would enjoy seeing this as their gameplay? I don't think so.
I mean, how about we ask chat?
Chat, would you rather see the game or rather see this?
I don't know, this screen is like kind of cute.
It'll be fine, the link icon is good enough. On the other hand, I will get a quite annoying pain in the neck if I have to keep looking down at the Wii U gamepad, so I'm just going to switch back to it on the main screen.
Yeah.
Lesson 4, material goods. The more things one tries to experience in life, the more experience-related belongings one tends to gather. Of course, with those belongings comes the need of keeping track of them in good order. When it's unlike the Wii U gamepad screen to see the items he or she has obtained, the item screen contains items which can be set to X, Y, or R. Use the arrow on the screen to display quest status, which contains vital items related to one's quest. Pressing plus to pause the game allows one to take one's time viewing the item screen. I see. Alright. Sturgeon's 1-point lesson, lesson 5. How not to regret the things one fails to do in life. A very important lesson. The easiest way to not regret doing things one wanted to do but failed to do is to save. One may feel invincible and wish to continue one's quest. One may never know when disaster or calamity may strike. If one's life energy is extinguished before one has the chance to save, then one's life will be lived in vain. Essentially, save early and often. Improving human relations, speak with A, blah blah blah. This is basic tutorial guff. This is just basic gameplay being explained. Okay, so I can play from a first-person perspective. Okay, so I can walk around from a first-person perspective. Can't really play the game from it, but I can walk around in it. Lesson 9, fooling his rupees is common. It's commonly known that he who makes poor use of his rupees will have a hard life. I gather rupees early and often. Okay. Champion's life, 309. Don't stay up all night playing. Okay. I just destroyed some more of this old man's pots. For making me read a basic tutorial that anyone should be familiar with, I'm gonna break the last of his pots.
How rude.
I've broken the pots that I can break. Entirely out of spite. You made me read an unnecessary thing. Ergo, you are clearly the most villainous, vile creature ever devised. Also, I know I'm not playing Pikmin, but that rabbit there, for just a second, I thought, oh, I'm going to want to stay away from that bulb orb. Maybe it's a bulblax. Maybe it's something even worse. Maybe it's, you know, the bulbair. I'm like, oh, no, wait, it's just a rabbit. There was a small moment where I was like, oh, I don't want to lose my Pikmin to it. Oi, snot-nosed child, come near me again, I dare you. Damn it, I can't cut him down. So how do you think this is going so far? Soul? Hello? I think Soul may have fallen asleep. Alright, well, I suppose it's time we head up into the forest to find out what the feck is going on with that. Alrighty. just threw that rock at me? They're very rude to throw rocks at me. I have done nothing. Okay, well. Oh, an enemy. Okay, so the rocks can break into rupees. Which I guess kind of makes sense if they contained, like, a rupee inside of them crystal-wise, but, like... I'm not sure it would be legal tender. So it is quite odd. Hello, soul.
Hello.
I've killed my first enemy.
Discord just wasn't coming through with any noise for a bit, so...
Ah. Like yours or mine?
Mine, because I could see you, like, talking on the stream, but, like, I wasn't hearing anything.
I see.
So...
I thought you had fallen asleep.
No, I wasn't hearing anything to respond to, so I was responding. I got sidetracked, responding, like, typing something to someone. But it's fine, you've been doing fine.
Yeah. So how do you think
You're
it's
not
been
dead.
going so far?
I mean, you're not dead, so clearly you're fine.
Yes, the very minimum is fine. I'm actually enjoying the game, which is a bit of a surprise for me. Given...
Man.
What?
It's just like all over again.
Like, like, there are some things that annoy me, but, like, overall they don't feel as annoying.
Well, that's good then. Tetra being so judgmental on your outfit.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing for me is the controls feel outdated.
Which is fair, this was originally a GameCube game.
Mm-hmm. It just, I don't know, it feels like when they were updating it, they should have updated it, given games that are older than it, like definitively older than Wind Waker, had these control issues solved. If that makes sense.
Time for the plot event.
Yeah, yes, your sister getting nicked. Goodbye, small child. We won't miss you.
The hero's cool, if you will.
The call to adventure.
There's no refusal of the cool here. This kid just nearly jumped off a cliff.
There is no need for the wizard to convince him. He is just ready.
Ready to eat himself off that cliff. If anything, at this point, the cool refuses him. Can't believe he just straight up asked that bird man how he gets off.
Well, I think he asked, where do you get off? Inquiring more about location.
Look, it's a big guy still asking Birdman about getting off.
That's
My point
fair.
still stands.
Goofy boy with the ooh, with the oh whoa.
Look, this is their first appearance, okay? Let them. They were figuring out the design.
Yes, the Rito in this game are basically humans with beaks where their schnoz should be.
And their arms can just turn into wings.
Yeah.
I would say they have bird feet as well, but like, nobody has feet in this game. Everyone just has stumps.
Because they always seem to be just slightly below the geometry.
Everyone is just top heavy.
But like, you can see, like, there are, like, the starts of feats that just stop existing as soon as they hit geometry. I think it looks a little bit less strange with, like, the kids. I say the kids. The kid character types, like Link and Tetra. But, like...
Gonzo and the Rito just look off, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like their ankles are the only things not clipping. It looks like their feet are just in the geometry somewhere.
To be fair, like, on sand, characters do stand in it a bit.
Is that who I think it is?
Well, the shot.
It's Beedly, isn't it? No bird feet, worst game ever. It is Beedly! I know, his name is actually Beetle. However, I think Beedly is a better name.
So this is 100% why I told you about the orange rupee, is so you can buy the bait bag early.
Bait bag, all-purpose bait, and the Hoi pear.
Hoi pear.
Hoi pear? Okay. Huh. You can't buy this you can buy this only here. I'm serious. Now's your chance to buy. Buy.
Yeah.
Alright.
Bait bag. And I would recommend getting at least three each of these. Which you should have just enough for.
3 of each, but he says he's out of the bait bags.
Well, you only need 1 bait bag.
Okay, but
I meant 3 of the bait.
I got all-purpose bait. All right. Manic Wolfling, thank you for the big stretch.
That sure was a big stretch.
I hadn't stretched in a while. You want to know a fun fact about all of the NPCs in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom?
Is it the one I think I know what you're gonna say?
What do you think I'm gonna say?
Is it that they're related to Mies?
Oh, it gets so much deeper than just being related to Mies. They are Mies.
I knew it.
So you said to buy 3. I've already bought 3. Should I buy a 4th? Or should I pick up this Hoi pair?
I would also suggest getting 3 Hoi pairs.
Okay. But yeah, the internal files that are used for the Tears of the Kingdom NPCs, it's not that they're like a pre-generated thing based on the Mii architecture. No. When it calls an NPC, it calls a Mii file and knows how to assemble it.
Mm-hmm. I've seen some pretty cursed NPCs from Breath of the Wild that people modded in by just adding Mii files.
I think my favorite has to be Matt.
I have seen Matt, yeah.
Imagine Matt, but as a Yiga that you have to fight along the road. Now, I've bought 3 of those Hoi things. Where do I see them? Because I don't see them in my inventory. Matt the Ego would be impossible to kill? Well, exactly, so he's just Master Koga. Think about it. Has anyone ever killed Master Koga? I'm not wrong.
Master Koga is such a gem.
I know. Like, I think Master Koga is possibly my favorite, like, comedic villain in all of the Zelda series.
Because he just does it so well.
He's just a petulant child.
Oh, okay, so you're just wondering about progression.
Yes. Also, where do I see the pairs in my inventory? Because I don't see them.
So tap on the bait bag.
Pulling out my stylus here, tapping on the bait bag. Ah, okay. There they are.
Yeah. So each bag has 8 slots. I think it's 8. Been a little while since I played. But yeah, you want to keep at least some bait and some Hoi pairs on you at all times, just for purposes. Don't need to use them now, but just they're very helpful to grab at this point while you still can grab them.
How do I take something off of one of my buttons?
You can't.
I see.
The things can only ever be replaced.
Well, now X and Y are bait buttons.
Well, no, now Y and R are bait buttons.
Stream delay. Alright, progression time.
Go get the shield.
I'm guessing you steal it from your own home.
Man, I wonder where they showcased a shield.
Okay, but how cool would it be to have, like, a Yiga boss that you could just fight every so often that was Matt? You couldn't kill him. Just, you had to fight him every so often. In Tears of the Kingdom. Like, you just bump into him on the road, and unlike the other Yiga, you can't just run away. He will just chase you down. And you have to, like, fight him by, like, melee fighting him. You can't even use weapons. So you're forced to box him. Tell me that wouldn't be a cool fight. Actually, wait, now that I think about it, you don't ever kill any Yiga. They always teleport away.
Mm-hmm.
All Yiga are Matt. It's just Twink Matt and Bara Matt that you're fighting a bunch of. And then Koga is just, like, old, out-of-shape dad Matt. No, follow me on this. This actually makes sense. And no, I fully recognize, by the way, that it doesn't. I'm just being a little bit ludicrous, but, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I now have the shield.
I'll follow you on this train of thought.
Alright, I'm boarding this ship. But yeah, just all of the Yiga are Matt, and that's why they're all so loyal to each other, because they know they can trust each other.
Counterpoint.
Okay.
One of the Sheikah members of the village of Breath of the Wild is confirmed to be an ex-Yiga member.
That's why he's an ex-Yiga. He's not a Matt.
Second counterpoint, which I'm not sure I want to say because it's potentially spoilers for you because I don't know if you've done it in Tears of the Kingdom.
Let's hear it.
You can join the Yiga clan.
Oh, like by getting all of the armor and like going into their base and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been inside their base.
And you can become like a high rank in the Yiga clan.
Oh, I didn't know like proper joining was a thing, but like now I know what I want to do next time I'm doing Tears of the Kingdom.
No, yeah, because you know the like Earth Spike, the ones with the blades do?
Yeah. Holy shit, can you learn that?
If you do a side quest, you can learn that.
Well, we're now on the Boat.
It's amazing. Oh.
Yes, the Boat. Proper joining, huh? Oh, where you get the powers. Ah, I see, I see. Alright, well let's see if I can go below deck. I've been told I can't go in there. Therefore, I have to go in there. I mean, it's a Zelda game. You're supposed to go where they tell you to not to. I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
Hey, see, they've got Sheikah switches on this ship.
I don't think those are Sheikah switches.
I mean, it's pretty close to the Sheikah symbol. Like, tell me I'm not wrong in that it doesn't look at least a bit like the Sheikah symbol. Because, like, let me pull up the Sheikah symbol on my phone real quick here.
Do gossip stones exist in this game? That's what I'm trying to think. I don't think they. Or a gossip stone exists, but it's not a normal gossip stone.
That's true, but, like, just kind of look at it, right? So this is the orientation that you're presented with them at, right? They've got, like... Okay, I gotta turn this upside down for a second. So, just imagine it's an upside-down Sheikah symbol for a second. You've got, you know, those little lines coming out of the top that are sort of triangular shaped. A central circular point. And I think the only difference is that the tail is open as opposed to closed on them. Right?
You know what the Sheikah symbol is supposed to be, right?
A crying eye, yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what doesn't resemble like a crying eye in the slightest?
Well, it kinda does. Imagine a crying eye with two streams coming down the side as opposed to just one, going down the middle. I'm not strictly wrong.
I would be more willing to go along with it if that wasn't like the default Switch design of the game.
That's fair. Manic says it looks like the harp from Skyward Sword to them. And my chat monitor broke, like, right after I read that out. So now I can't see anything that's in chat right now, so give me just 1 second. Okay, I can see chat again, but I can't see the redeems, so I'm going to quickly refresh my chat monitor. Yay for technology breaking.
Ooh.
Okay, got it working again. I'm proud to have you as my underling. I'm not your underling, bitch. I
mean,
will
you
kill
are,
you.
though.
I'm
You are
Link.
the
I'm
though.
Link. I am subservient to no one.
I mean, except the gods, but...
Have the gods ever made me do anything as Link?
Yeah.
Like what?
Skyward Sword, you literally do everything Hylia tells you to do.
Yeah, but like, Hylia is debatably alive.
Hylia literally leaves voice recordings inside a file, giving you instructions on what to do.
Yes, but, and hear me out on this. Hylia technically breaks up into the 3 goddesses. So, like, is it really...
No, she doesn't.
Yes? Isn't that where they come from?
Nope.
That's
The
always been my understanding.
The 3 goddess, the Triforce, is where Dinfor and Nehru left Hyrule and entered the Sacred Realm, or wherever it was they fucked off to. They left Hylia behind to defend the Triforce. Hence why she has a different deific domain than the other 3.
So that's true. Though Hylians don't seem to actually worship Hylia, they more so worship her as a source of power than divinity.
True, but that doesn't make her not a god.
I mean, we'd still argue she probably isn't.
Actually, no, they do worship Hylia in Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, but Breath of the
there are
Wild is
dedicated
sort of an
statues.
anomaly.
Okay, I was about to say Temple of Time, but then no, not really.
Yeah, that's really more of a modern edition.
Statue of Hylia in the just the goddess statue in Skyward Sword. Like, it's part of an entire religious ceremony, being the bird race or whatever.
That's true, but the Hylians themselves don't seem to have much in the way of sophisticated worship. Which you would generally expect from an advanced society that, you know, took a god seriously. But, they don't really take Hylia seriously.
I think the way I see it is, the way I can explain it at least, is remember that Hylia gave up her divinity? And so what could have happened is Zelda, who does remember her time as Hylia, when she started the royal family of Hyrule in following Skyward Sword at least, she probably also set up the religion of the three golden goddesses.
Maybe, yeah.
Because she would have had her memories of Hylia and just be like, okay, yeah, so I know you all worshipped Hylia because she was the god that, like, defended you all during the demon attack and shit, but, like, now, I can tell you, because I am a reincarnation of Hylia and I have all her memories, that Hylia's job was to protect the Triforce, because the Triforce was made by, like, these three other gods. So now we're gonna worship them because Hylia gave up her divinity to keep protecting the Triforce.
Though, in an odd paradoxical way, the three goddesses that made it have largely gone away in Zelda canon. Like, they haven't come up in quite a while.
Oh, I mean, their names are always referenced to things, like the three dragons are named after them.
So, that's a fair point, but it feels to me more like how people will name things after, like, stuff from, like, Greek mythology. Like, there's no reason why we decided that the moons of Mars should be Phobos and Deimos, other than, I mean, the Romans called it Mars. That's the Greek god of war. Ares' kids were Phobos and Deimos. He was the Greek god of war, so I don't know. It's got two tiny little moons. Let's name them after the god of war's kids. You know. It could be something as simple as, I don't know, why not we just reference something kind of neat? You know, some old mythology that really only the old farts still believe anymore, and even they don't really half believe it.
The religious symbols of the three golden goddesses persist throughout the ages.
Well, they do, but they're just neat names. Yeah, that would kind of be my thinking. Plus, the other thing, too, right? And hear me out on this. If you look at the way Hylians will worship things, what are the things that they care about and, like, treat as sacred? The Master Sword, the Hylian Shield, the Triforce, the Ocarina. They're physical embodiments of power. They're not sapient deities capable of taking action. They're the symbols of the goddesses are basically, you are a source of power ergo, we're going to keep your things around because, you know, it's good for us when we do.
Only 2 of those things you listed were actually considered sacred. Being the Hylian shield is just a shield. It's a very good shield, mind you, but it is just a shield.
Well, sorry, yes, it depends on the game and what bits of canon it's borrowing from. Like, there are a couple of games where the Hylian shield is called out as a sacred relic. Other games, it's just a good shield. It's very possible there are multiple Hylian shields, given we've seen the design change. How many times across Zelda games?
Fair. I mean, actually, the designs differ slightly, but they have been mostly consistent on it.
I mean, the original Hylian shield is essentially what Link has in this game. And by the original, I don't mean like the one from the oldest point in the timeline. I mean the one from the original, you know, 1980s, you know, top-down Zelda for the NES. That was the Hylian shield. And it's basically what Link has here. Whereas the blue
I
one
don't
that's...
think that one was ever called the Hylian shield. I think that was just ever referred to as the shield.
So, it wasn't referred to as the Hylian shield in the game or in its manuals, but ancillary materials that were approved by Nintendo did refer to it as the Hylian shield.
Okay.
The official timeline book and not Zeldapedia, like the big, like, multi-page book they put out. I say multi-page.
Hyrule Historia.
Yes, the Hyrule Historia does not refer to it as the Hylian shield. It refers to it as the hero's shield. But then, the canonicity of that book is debatable, at best.
Yeah. Like, Hyrule Historia is definitely neat, but some of the content in it is a little bit sketch.
I am of the opinion that the timeline presented in the Hyrule Historia is factually wrong.
Isn't that the split timeline most people tend to agree is correct?
So I am of the opinion that it is incorrect because it largely relies on basically taking what was the most common fan interpretation and bootstrapping on the NES and SNES games, as well as most of the Game Boy games, and saying, oh, hey, look, this is also its own timeline, which no one ever held the opinion of until Hyrule Historia posited it. I say no one held the opinion of. It was a very niche opinion, and basically Nintendo's way of trying to get in the older games that they cared about.
Hyrule Historia was 2011. Well, the Japanese version of it, at least, was 2011.
Yeah.
I swear, like, I remember seeing that timeline well before Hyrule Historia.
Oh, so, you're partially correct. The timeline was popular on Reddit and 4chan groups discussing Zelda. And it largely followed that pattern, but the Fallen Hero timeline wasn't really a thing, because a lot of people discussing the timeline went with the, for lack of a better word, probably correct information from an interview where they said that Ocarina of Time was meant to be a retelling of A Link to the Past. And knowing the story of Ocarina of Time, it is largely a retelling of the Imprisoning War, which is the events of A Link to the Past. You know, so I can kind of see the argument that it really is just meant to replace it on the timeline. And if you wanted to have a proper timeline, it would essentially require you taking into account, like, that information. Because otherwise, I don't see how you made... Because the Fallen Hero timeline doesn't make sense. Like, on a conceptual level. Because if you think about what makes the child timeline work as a timeline for a second, well, time travel shenanigans. What makes the adult timeline work? Time travel shenanigans. Why do we have a Fallen Hero timeline? And because it's not because of, how did I get 50 followers in one stream? Oh, I was basically at 350 followers before the 300 follower special. So it was basically just, I thought it would be kind of funny to do the next one as a 350 follower special. But it wasn't 50 followers gained in a single stream. Also, let me give you a shout out, Rosie. You're amazing.
Yeah, so I just did a quick search, and it does confirm that, yeah, the Fallen timeline was added in Hyrule Historia.
Yeah, well, it was a fringe thing. It did technically have a couple of supporters, but it wasn't called the Fallen Hero timeline. It was basically a separate timeline called the Classic timeline, if it was ever there.
Swallow my throat.
No, the Hyrule Historia does refer to it as the Fallen Hero.
No, yeah, I'm just saying it originated that term, and it being a true part of the timeline.
One?
Before that, it was generally seen as like an alternate timeline for the entire thing, not its own time, not part of the true timeline.
Too? I know.
Like what Breath of the Wild is now.
Yeah, essentially the 8 and 16-bit Zeldas.
They have gone on to say.
Sorry, you go ahead.
They basically have gone on to say that Breath of the Wild and by extension Tears of the Kingdom have moved away from the Zelda timelines. Like, it is either so far away from the other like Zelda games that all three could eventually lead into it, or it just isn't part of the timeline.
Yeah.
Either are applicable, and it's basically up to fan interpretation.
Which feels very odd for Nintendo to do. Also, I know we are... Well, it does feel odd for Nintendo to do, given how religiously protective of their IPs and their image they tend to be.
Zelda lore has always, like, I do mean always, been very open to fan interpretation.
I mean, that's...
Nintendo just always reserved the right to confirm things.
Yeah, I think part of that, too, has to do with Miyamoto being a strange man. The sound is fine, but the image is lagging. Yeah, the internet always seems to have issues around this time of day where it just sort of borks a little bit. It'll recover in, like, 10 minutes. But what I sort of mean, Nintendo likes money, though. That's why they reserve the right to confirm or deny things. So, what I mean by Miyamoto being a strange man. So, do you want to know what he thought was the worst part of Majora's Mask?
What?
The story. He thought it was an utter waste of time. You didn't need a complicated story to make a Zelda game work. You just need Zelda in trouble. And hey, look, there you go. Reason to adventure. Zelda is in trouble. Go help her. That should be reason enough for anyone. Seems to start when you did the video, the shoutout command, the connection. was solid. Yeah, it does always bug out around this time, though. I don't know why. It does like to do that. But, yeah, like, he was of the opinion that, say, Mario Galaxy had too much story to it. And he thought the guy who gave us the story should not be allowed to work on Mario or Zelda games anymore. Because it was the same guy who did Majora's Mask's story. Like, he did not...
A.G. Anuma.
Yeah, he doesn't like Anuma. He thinks he's too complicated and is ruining the story of the... He's ruining the games by making them complicated with story. You know?
Yeah, but do you know, like, who's saying that?
It's Miyamoto.
The person who fucking pioneers Kirby. You know, one of the most complicated laws.
Miyamoto? I don't think he's... I thought that was...
Oh no, that's Sakurai, no, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's Sakurai. That's the guy who came up with the lore for Smash Brothers, which is also complicated.
Oh, that's my bad.
It's all good, it's all good. You know, like... Miyamoto is a very odd man. Like, as much as he has done for video games, and he's probably still gonna be a good video game designer in, like, 10 years, and maybe even 20 years, he has also done a significant amount of damage to the IPs he has helped create. In my humble opinion, anyway. Like... So, you know why the, So, you know, have you heard Arlo talk about Paper Mario?
No.
Okay, do you know who Arlo is?
No.
Okay. Arlo is the puppet man on YouTube. He looks kind of like a Muppet. And when I say the puppet man and he looks like a Muppet, I mean he actually looks like a Jim Henson Muppet.
Okay. Understandable.
Because that's the character he uses is an actual puppet in the Jim Henson style. But anyway, so apparently, when they were working on the Paper Mario games for the Wii U, they were told by management they were not allowed to expand on the pre-existing races of the Mario universe, nor were they allowed to invent new ones, unless they were so foreign as to not functionally be able to exist outside of that specific game.
I think they were also told... I think they were told about that, about Sticker Star.
And
it was
followed
through into Color Splash.
Oh, was Sticker Star a Wii entry?
No, Sticker Star was a 3DS entry.
Oh, okay. I didn't know they were 3DS entries. I'm gonna be totally honest.
Yeah, Sticker Star is Paper Mario 4.
Okay, so
Because you've
yeah,
got Paper Mario, Thousand Year Door, Super Paper Mario. Those are considered like the old trilogy, where people think it was like, or when people say Paper Mario had its golden era, and then you've moved on to the newer games, or the newer trilogy, being Sticker Star, Color Splash, and Origami King. Origami King, I think people generally had a positive reception to, despite some of its flaws. Color Splash, I heard like fucking nothing about, but I'm not surprised because that was a new title.
Yeah.
And
so
Sticker Star was just shat on, and it deserves to be shat on.
So, firstly, Vicky, thank you for the resubscription. Oh, and you're calling me the sweetest shark. Oh, well, thank you. You are one of the sweetest dergs I know, and a very good tenant. But what I will say about the Paper Mario games is I understand the crap people fling at the new trilogy. Is it a trilogy? I think there are technically 4 new games.
No.
Let's see. You've got Sticker Star, Color Splat. You got Sticker Star, Color Splash, and
Origami King.
Oh yeah, so it is a new trilogy. I have to say I like both of them for very different reasons.
I assume you're talking about Color Splash and Origami King.
Yeah, I haven't played Sticker Star.
Don't.
Okay, so the things I like about the original trilogy are the same things I liked about the Mario and Luigi games. They were really fun RPGs set in the Mario universe. I don't think that's a controversial opinion to hold, you know? Because they are very similar to the Mario and Luigi games.
Sorry, I'm just like flabbergasted that you're just doing this without a barrel.
Wait, am I supposed to have a barrel for this?
Yeah, so there's a much easier way of you get it. You can just climb into a barrel and they will just ignore you if you're not moving.
I didn't know I could do that, to be honest.
No, yeah, that's like a mechanic they teach you very early on here.
Have I just missed where they teach it?
I think they do only teach it if you get caught.
Hey, Levian, I'm good. How are you? But yeah, what I will say is the things that I like about the new trilogy are the sort of wacky antics that they will get up to. You know?
Sticker Star doesn't have that.
Okay. Yeah, so essentially, I think if they manage to bring back the old... The thing is, I don't hate the, like, the ring combat in, in Origami King. To be honest, I wish the bosses were fought more like the normal enemies, or the normal enemies more like the bosses. But, you know, we can't have nice things, so...
So you're saying you like the humor that it goes with?
I like the humor that it goes with, and I like what they attempt to do unique about it as an RPG. I think it needs coherency that it doesn't have.
Oh, I see why you said fuck. That's an oof, my guy. Yeah, so the things about it is Sticker Star is bad because the story is bad. The gameplay actively discourages you from doing battles in an RPG.
Ah, I see.
So, you know, that's already not a great sign. Like, there is an insane degree of level design that makes no sense whatsoever. Like, and there's no hints that lead to that. For example, one of the puzzles in the game is so one of the things about Sticker Star is you get these things, just called things that are real life objects turned into stickers. For example, one of the puzzles requires you to use a bowling ball to knock over some pins. Makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Very obvious solution. You do it, the puzzle fails.
Odd.
You did the right thing. You did the right thing. You just did it wrong. because you're supposed to do something else first that the game gives no indication will happen the first time you do it.
Ah, I
And
see.
then also doesn't tell you how to solve.
That sounds infuriating.
And also the way you get thing stickers is you need to find them you need to find the object in the overworld, take it to a shop, and if you use it for a puzzle or in combat, it gets used up. You have to go get it again.
Oh, that sounds just infuriating.
And that's like a puzzle that's like probably about a third of the way in the game.
Oh, goodness.
Another puzzle that's quite early on in the game is you have to go down. It's the desert area, and you have to sink into a bit of quicksand, and it takes you to a secret area.
Okay.
No indication that this piece of quicksand is any different from the other pieces of quicksand. And when you sink into the quicksand, if you go too far, you take damage.
I see.
So, the game actively punishes you for taking parts in battle, has insane puzzle elements that just simply do not make sense. And the story can't even redeem it.
Feels like bad game design all around.
It is.
Bad
And
game design for everybody.
And a lot of people blame it on the fact that Nintendo heavily restricted what they were allowed to do with the Paper Mario series.
To be honest,
Paper
I
Mario
would be
1
surprised if they didn't restrict what everyone was allowed to do with the Mario series who wasn't named Shigeru Miyamoto.
Oh, you see, that's the thing. Paper Mario was fairly average Mario game. You know, Bowser's the villain. Fucking the star spirits are the things you need to get to beat Ganon. No, beat Bowser. You know, typical Mario fare. The fucking Thousand Year Door, they moved away from Bowser. Bowser became more of like a background character. He was still like a boss a couple of times, but he was never anything more than like a joke boss. But you still got to see what he got up to during the story.
Yeah.
And you know, the main villains in Thousand Year Door are the Crossnauts, and
Yeah.
And at the end of the game, the boss is the Shadow Queen.
Yeah.
Super Paper Mario, Bowser became not just a support character, but an actual party member, which hadn't been done since Super Mario RPG, I don't think.
When did it come out? Because it might have, because you might debatably say that Bowser became a party member in, like the Mario and Luigi series. Because depending on when it came out for the Wii...
It came out before Bowser's Inside Story.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is if it came out after Bowser's Inside Story, I'd argue that Bowser was a party member in that. But if it came out before, then...
Yeah, it came out before Bowser's Inside Story, so that's not... The last time that happened was Super Mario RPG, which was on
the SNES.
So, quite a distance. And, like, the story covered such a more interesting topic that Mario hadn't seen before with Count Bleck and his minions.
Yeah.
And then those games' stories were like heavily praised for being as good as they were.
And then Miyamoto went, you need less story.
No, Miyamoto didn't go less story. Miyamoto was like, same amount of story, more Bowser, Bowser villain, Bowser bad, and not allowed new characters that are bad guys.
Yeah, which, to be honest, if I was that team, you know who I would put in as the first bad guy that wasn't Bowser? Because they're like, no new ones. I'd bring back something Nintendo never wants to return. Wart.
No, Bowser, they were like pretty. They were like, Bowser has to be final boss, the big bad. Everything has to be Bowser's fault.
Oh, yeah, but like, if I was them, I would have found ways to like rebel within the rules of what they're allowing. Like, having Wart come back as like, not the big bad, but like, Wart's around again. He's stirring up shit. Make him a side character. Make Nintendo regret putting those limits on them, you know?
But yeah, so, and then...
Because Nintendo doesn't acknowledge Wart's existence anymore.
They do.
I have not seen official material mention Wart in, like, years.
Do you want to know the last time Wart was mentioned?
When was the last time Wart was mentioned?
Link's Awakening.
That was years ago, outside of the remake, and I don't think they mentioned Wart in the remake.
No, what's in the remake? Now, they do give Wart a different name, because I believe it's Mamamoo, something like that. But it's Wart. It's very clearly Wart.
So that's true, but Link's Awakening takes place in Subcon, the same way Mario 2 did. And it would be kind of hard to cut Wart from the remake, even with the new name, even with the different name they gave him, like... But it's very barely Wart, in my humble opinion.
Oh, no, yeah.
It's Wart really by visual appearance only.
It's Wart by technicality.
Yeah. I'd say Bowser needs love. I want a game with Bowser as the good guy, or at least not the bad guy. Bowser isn't the bad guy in Origami King.
No, yeah, that's right.
Because that is... Fuck, I've forgotten his name. It's the Origami King, but he also has a name.
Ollie.
Ollie, yes, that's what it was.
But yeah. If you want another game with Bowser as not a bad guy, Super Mario RPG. The remake's coming out in like November. Grab that.
Yeah, Bowser's Inside Story for the DS. You can probably get that pretty cheap.
Mm-hmm. Lots of kinks in that. Entire game's based around war.
That too, actually. It's just a war game.
You do get to play as Bowser in Bowser's Inside Story, and in Super Mario RPG, Bowser is one of the party members you get.
Yeah, technically, I don't think you play as any specific character in Mario RPG. You just play as the person controlling the party.
Well, you play as Mario on the field, and Mario is forced to be in the party at all times.
That's true, but like that's just how all RPG. Which one is the Vor game? That would be Bowser's Inside Story. It's more of like exploration Vor as opposed to like Melty Vor, but you know.
It's a joke that it's a Vor game. because like one of the first scenes in it is Bowser doing a big suck and like inhaling a bunch of people.
Bowser, instead of Detroit become human, it's Bowser become Hoover.
Yeah, but like people like to not like give it shit, but people like to make a lot of jokes about how there is a lot of kinks in the game, because there is a war with Bowser swallowing stuff. There is a weight gain section where Bowser gets really fat. There is there's macro because Bowser grows really big.
There's micro because Mario and Luigi are tiny.
Yeah. What other ones are there?
Well, there's obviously Scaly. Because Bowser.
No, there's like, there's inflation because of the blobs.
And tentacles.
When are the tentacles?
I remember there being tentacles, and Gamer Mouse says inflation and inflation, tentacles. It's just a very incidentally kinky Mario game.
Yeah, like it's by no means intentional, but it's definitely intentional.
Basically, Nintendo set out to make a silly game with lots of goofs and gaffs. It just so happens that the goofs and gaffs they made are also fetish things.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's the other one. Fucking water inflation. There's possession with Forful and the Dark Star. There's cloning because Bowser and Dark Bowser.
I feel like I'm being an idiot and just going in a circle and not going anywhere.
You need to head to like that bit you fell down from.
Yeah, that's where I'm trying to get.
Yes, crushing Bowser when Macro steps on things. Peach does go in one end and out the back. Yeah, a lot of them are in like a few games, but like it's insane how many are in this single game. I wouldn't even argue it is like a situation of like kink for everything. It's like no. Bowser is like, I am 90% certain that this game is what caused a surge of Bowser porn.
Wouldn't surprise me, to be honest.
Like, it's not just it's a definitely this game sort of thing.
Strawberry System, hello, cutie, and guess what? I'm not sure. What? I am completely lost and have no idea where the fuck I'm supposed to go.
Oh, you need to be in the upstairs version of this room.
Yes, I have no idea how to get there.
If you look on the walls, you'll see like maps of this place, and there should be a chest with a map in it somewhere.
I'm assuming that circle is where I am.
Yeah.
I awakened a friend as a Dirg Queen, a close friend I cared about. Ah, very nice.
Ooh.
Can I be honest? I really don't like the moblin design in this game.
Oh no, they are horrific. It's probably easier to get caught at this point because getting caught will bring you upstairs.
But do they look... But do they look fish? No, they just look horrifying. Like, they look like if someone crossed a Doberman with, like, a Houndoom, but in the worst way. And it was also somehow a Jigglypuff, but not.
I wouldn't say Houndoom, I would just say an Emble.
That's fair, actually, yeah.
Moblins are definitely more, like, pig-like.
Oh, drag queen. I read that as Durg queen. I'm thinking, oh, nice. Got someone into being a Durgy. Oh, very cute. And it's like, oh, drag queen. Oh, also cool. Just not what I had assumed.
No, we're talking about Moblin. Don't put words in his mouth. Yeah.
Toaster roasting the new baby. No, I'm talking about the moblins in this game.
Yeah, so if you look on the walls now, you should be able to see, like, where you're trying to get to. Like, us talking about, or me supposed to be here helping you through this game, us talking shit about the most random bits of lore and games.
I mean, in fairness, what else would you expect from us? It is us. Game, stop doing the cutscenes. I'm just trying to figure out how close I am to the damn boat room. Which I think should be right here.
I think you're about to enter it, yeah.
I was here already.
Yeah, there we go.
Back to trying to sneak up this thing. Also, have I mentioned how despite being like a really terrible like design in terms of form and aesthetics, the Wii U gamepad is stupid comfortable.
You have told me that like every time you talk about the Wii U.
It's kind of like the one thing it has going for it.
Yeah.
Damn it, I've been captured again. I thought I might be capable of running away from him once he noticed me. I was not.
No.
Which
That's what you need the barrel for.
It's kind of weird that you can't just run away from them. Like, it feels like I should be capable of doing that. Run away with those little legs? Nah. Okay, you're right, but I could do this and get away. Like, I could probably, in a foot race, outrun one of those things. Like, the advantage they have is the game won't let me. Gamer Mouse, thank you for the da-da-da-da. I don't know. I like how Tears of the Kingdom handled the stealth system better. Well, and Breath of the Wild. It feels more natural.
Because it's supposed... The stealth system in this game only really, like, applies to this dungeon.
That's fair. I guess it wasn't worth putting in the time to develop, like, a better one when this will suffice.
Like, also you're supposed to be using the barrel, like you're not, so...
There wasn't a barrel by the door to sneak past him.
There it is.
Really? Oh, so there is. I didn't see it there.
Well, there's a barrel in, like, every area, or every room where there's a moblin.
Okay.
Like, there's a barrel here.
Stealth optional.
This is some payday.
Frankly, the stealth here feels less like stealth and more like fuck, what's it called? You know, da 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 da.
Oh,
da,
Metal
da.
Gear Solid.
Yes, Metal Gear. Like, if I move too much under this this container made out of wood fiber, the enemy will realize I am here. Only difference, this is a wood barrel, that is a cardboard box. Principle is same.
Right, so what are we not gonna do this time now that we're up here?
Gonna make sure I'm sliding. And I'm not gonna run about. I'm gonna be very careful. I'm gonna hug tight to the wall. And I'm going to move carefully and slowly. Gamer Mouse, you have turned on my googly eyes. Great googly moogly. That's my sword there, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Now, he's not a moblin. He can't take me hostage.
Mm-hmm.
I've just got to murderate his ass. Hero sword you dropped. Now you're in business. Take care not to drop it again. Toaster's eyes with when Zelda be on screen be like. Look, I think both Link and Zelda are hot. Oh, I can't bring the big ass cleaver with me. That's sad. I must, unfortunately, leave it behind. Why is there a random goth girl in there? That feels very out of place.
The bird was instructed to kidnap girls with pointy ears.
So the blonde hair is just a thing people noticed as a similarity.
Oh, the blonde hair was just the bird mistaking Errol for Tetra.
Oh, I see, I see. Alright, I'm guessing this is our first boss fight.
I thought you said you beat this game.
Is this... I have, but that was like years ago?
No, there's no boss fight here.
Oh, okay.
He just picks you up, he shows you to Ganon.
Oh, look, this is the first time I've liked the design of, you know, Ganondorf.
Ganondorf just tilts his head.
Like, this is the only...
Go yeet!
This is the only game I like Ganondorf's design in, if I'm perfectly honest. Yeah.
Not even Twilight Princess Ganon?
So, his design is better than most of the Ganon designs, but it's not my favorite. Twilight Princess Ganon is like... They overcomplicated his design, if that makes sense. Like, he's got a bit too much going on relative to all of the other characters. If that makes sense. It's still a good design. I think if it was the design in Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild, it would fit right in. It just feels a little bit overcomplicated for the game that it's in, but I do actually really like this design of Ganon. Well, Ganondorf, I should say, because he feels the most organic. Also, Gamer Mouse, thank you for the book of questions. Question 182. Have you ever disliked someone for being luckier or more successful than you? No, I tend to dislike people for being pricks. Like, hear me out. Well, follow me on this for a second. Like, if you look at Ganondorf's design in Ocarina of Time, like, even if you were to put the basic design elements on a better model and texture it nicer, like, keep the character design, but update the textures in the model, it's still not a great design for a character, right? And if you take his design from other games, like Skyward... Is Ganondorf actually in Skyward Sword? No, I don't think so.
No, it's Demise.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. Like, Twilight Princess is a little bit... Can you reread the question? The question was, have you ever disliked someone for being luckier or more successful than you? Like, if you look at him in other appearances, like... Actually, shit, Ganondorf hasn't appeared in that many games, has he?
Nope.
Because it's been... Let's see if I can get this right. Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and Tears of the Kingdom. Because Ganondorf isn't technically in Breath of the Wild.
Nope.
And isn't in Skyward Sword.
Nope.
Is he in Spirit Tracks? I don't think so.
Nope.
Yeah, he's not in... Fuck, what was the one before Spirit Tracks?
Phantom Hourglass?
Yeah, he wasn't in Phantom Hourglass.
Nope.
He wasn't in Minish Cap.
Nope.
He wasn't in Link's Awakening or Oracle of Ages or Oracle of Seasons. Shit, he really just is in those 4 games, isn't he?
Yep.
I like his design in one game, and another one is good and would have fit better in a different game, in my opinion. Because I don't like either of his designs from Tears of the Kingdom. Like, when he's very old and lanky, like, he could have been a really interesting Lich villain, but they get rid of that almost instantly.
I mean, I'm not fully against it, but in like aesthetic reasons. But I do think it would have been a better villain if he did stay like that for longer.
Yeah. And I really don't like... I know people are like, oh, Daddy Ganondorf. I don't like Big Buff Bar Ganon. It feels like a shit on all of the things that made Ganondorf an interesting character, even if he was a character I didn't like. Because I like Ganon, Pig Man, Raiser of Armies. This whole Gerudo thing, it's cool and all, but it feels just a touch racist. It feels just a touch racist in my mind. Like, yes, the desert people, their king is evil, and led them all to do war and become thieves. And it's like, that feels a touch xenophobic,
I mean, if it makes you feel better, it is only Ganon that did that. The Gerudo, are mostly just okay chilling as themselves.
Oh, yeah, as soon as they get rid of him, they go back to being normal sand people, but it still feels kind of weird that there's just a different kind of people that live out in the sand who aren't Hylians. Like, it's like, why aren't there Gerudo settlements in, chunks of Hyrule? Or, other places? It's like, no, they just live in that one isolated town over there. It's like, that feels a touch strange to me, to be perfectly honest.
And they try to explain it off with some Gerudo lore, but
They do, and the Gerudo are moving out more into the world, like there are some up in Terrytown.
You can usually find Gerudo in most towns.
Oh yeah, you can find
Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah, but they're mostly travelers. I mean, permanent settlement, permanently establishing themselves places.
Yeah.
Terrytown seems like the only. I like Ganon for the daddy meme, but honestly, unless you like Twinks or Bara, Zelda doesn't have anything for you. That is a fair complaint about the Zelda series. However, I like Twinks and Femboys, so the Zelda series has me set with, Link. And a lot of the other characters, now that I think about it. But anyway, and Ganondorf's whole thing makes sense in Ocarina of Time about how he was motivated, right? They don't have resources. They're stuck out in the desert. They're kind of a bit fucked, right?
And you hear this kingdom next to you has this magical golden artifact that, fixes your shit.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. And it could have been a really interesting exploration of these idea. No, Ganondorf is actually just an evil reincarnation of Demise, and is evil and not to be trusted. Oh, and by the way, everything for the Gerudo gets better as soon as he's killed off.
I mean, things don't get better for the Gerudo once he's killed off.
What they get better over time following his demise. They do get better for the Gerudo. Not infinitely better. They don't suddenly live in, Hyrule and have all of this lush green farmland to work with, but they're doing better.
Yeah, I think in Breath of the Wild they go on to say that it's not really until the Zelda's mum from Breath of the Wild is the one who goes out to form a good relation with the Gerudo.
Yeah, because they were all still basically like, oh, you're the crazy people with Ganon. And she was basically like when was Ganon last seen anyway? Like, a billion years? Who cares? He's dead. Turns out he's not dead, but, anyway. Like, I think this game's Ganondorf is the one that I like the most. He's an interesting character, and he kind of fucks with the timeline a little bit, because, like, the deep lore for this game, the Master Sword in this game isn't the Master Sword. Because if you understand what the Master Sword is supposed to do, this sword behaves like the Four Swords, not the Master Sword. Right? Like, it does weird stuff with the timeline.
No, this Master Sword does stuff the first Master Sword did.
Well, it does some of the stuff, but it doesn't do all of it. And especially given how you kill Ganondorf in this game, you embed the sword into his skull, and he turns to stone, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Which is how you imprison Vati with the Four Sword.
But, like, something else that also happens is that, like, what was it? Demise gets sealed into the Master Sword, but he doesn't actually, like, he isn't, like, properly sealed until they put the Master Sword into rest.
Yeah, but then, by that same token, well, why isn't Demise causing more shit every time they pull the sword out to use it for stuff? I'd argue it's probably not the actual Master Sword, given we know that they had to forge relics in this game that were lost in the Great Flood.
It's because the reason why Fi goes to sleep in the Master Sword as well is to slowly, essentially decompose Demise's spirit.
I mean, we know because of Tears of the Kingdom that didn't really work. Ganondorf and Demise are back and basically stronger than ever.
That's because Demise set a curse. Demise is properly gone. But Demise set up a curse, which set up the cyclical reincarnation. Hence why there's always a Zelda, a Link, and a Ganon, because of Demise's curse.
Well, so that's true. On the other hand, though, like, there are some things that are, like, definitive. Well, like, even the design of the Master Sword in this game isn't really quite the same. If I remember correctly, it does look different. And not in the, it's a different game with a different sense of its own style. It's like, so let me pull it up here. Wind Waker Master Sword.
No, it's got the wings and then the yellow gem.
So it does, but it's also got, a different pommel. The Master Sword has always been, a hand and a half sword or a bastard sword, and this is clearly a short sword. And not just because it's literally short, but even for Link's body, it is a short sword. Well, the term short sword really didn't exist until fairly recent times. People would have called it an arming sword. But, like, look at what Link's got out here, right? Oh, fuck, Windfall Island. It's making me look at this text. Fuck off, text. Fuck off, cutscene. I'm trying to discuss things. Okay, so the sword Link has here, it's a gladius, right? It's a very thick gladius, but it's a gladius. A lovely metal battle toothpick. Yeah. Right? The Master Sword for Link is, in this game, basically just a nicer version of his gladius.
It looking at the official artwork for the Master Sword, it does seem a bit shorter. And the pommel does have a different design, but everything else does match other Master Swords. And one thing that A Link to the Past establishes, which is the Master Sword, because of
It's the I
the
think it's the
Spirit of Pi.
Yeah. I think it's also the first time they actually call it the Master Sword in the game release order.
Yeah, in game release order. Yeah, it does look different, but it still is the Master Sword. And I think the way it explains that is the Master Sword chooses its wielder. And I feel like it's not. And we see the Goddess Sword turn into the Master Sword. So I don't think it's too outrageous to be able to believe that the Master Sword, if it can choose its wielder, can also adjust itself to fit the wielder better.
That's fair, but then my question would be, well, why has it always been a bastard sword for every Link until this game, and went on to be a bastard sword for every Link following it? Why is it...
Because this is canonically the youngest Link to ever wield it.
That's true, but then, like...
Because, again, the spirit inside the Master Sword is Phi, and in Ocarina of Time, Phi thinks Link is a bit young to be able to, because that Link is the same age as this Link. She thinks the Link is a bit too young to be able to wield it, so she does the time skip thing. And because this game happens after that, Phi realizes, maybe that's a bad idea and I shouldn't do that again, so let me just adjust myself to fit the small Link.
Because all those other Links are bastards? Well, so the term bastard sword actually has nothing to do with being an insult. The term bastard sword could also be swapped out for hand and a half sword.
I thought bastard swords were specifically like larger two-handed ones, like Zweihanders.
So no. So you have arming swords and you have... So, I get this is part of the issue with mixing your terminologies. So, I'm going to stick strictly with modern terms for a minute here. So, you have your sword sizes. You have gladiuses as your smallest sword size. Then you have short swords, bastard swords, long swords, and great swords. With great swords being like those massive ones where like you're holding it with two hands, but like you can also fit like your chest between those two hands, and it's essentially just a really big ass stick with a massive blade that's bigger than you on it.
It's basically a giant metal slab.
Yeah, those basically didn't exist outside of ceremonial purposes or for people on horseback. No one was wielding those in combat as a foot soldier. Long swords were just considered your standard two-hander sword. A bastard sword was an in-between sword for people who might need it, you know, be able to take it with them places and travel a lot, but also needed the advantage of leverage, you know, and it was a good training implement for those who were coming off of short swords to get used to two-hand, but still have one hand as a viable option. And short swords were either you're traveling all the time, or you're new to swords. And gladiuses were, you're either an entertainer or a merchant who's traveling, so you need a dagger, but bigger.
About to say, I have heard the Master Sword referred to as a hand and a half, an arming. So
Yeah, arming sword was the original word for a short sword. We essentially just swapped it around for short sword, because it's a short sword. But yeah, they would have been traditionally called arming swords. And bastard sword is the old term for a hand and a half sword because it was the bastard size. You know, it was the bastardized size of two different swords. You know, because who makes a sword, you know, like that? I mean, I would say reasonable people would make swords like that.
also, I do want to point out that the Master Sword is longer than the sword you currently have.
So it is, but it's not much longer.
No, but also perspective, or not perspective, ratios in this game are fucking weird.
Well,
Because look at them legs! Look at them legs!
On this dude, yeah. Meanwhile, Link has actually fairly well-balanced proportions relative to everyone around him.
But, like, he's a child, and all of the adults have completely fucked proportions.
Yeah, and Link is still a little bit unproportionate in this game. And I don't just mean because he's got a big head. That's like an anime chibi thing. Like, your arms, you know, full extension, like your fingertips should just reach your knees. He could very easily, like, full hand grab his knees while standing bolt upright. Part of the problem is medieval people didn't have standardized swords nor the names for them. That too, because your bastard sword or your hand and a half sword would be whatever your local blacksmith decided to call those swords, and then whatever size he decided was reasonable. The only exception would be like if the king ordered a new size of sword to be made to a specific size. And then you might get sort of like a temporary, like, okay, this is what all the swords are like, and then as time went on, they would sort of drift back again.
Yeah, the main thing I remember about older swords was that they were basically made to design all the time, because optimal sword length was different for every person, because every person had a different length of arm.
Well, a length of arm, but also length of... so the way you can tell if a sword will work for you is very similar to tell if a hockey stick will work for you. Place the butt of the hockey stick, or in this case the pommel of the sword, on the ground. And if it comes to halfway up your chest, it is a good length of long sword for you. If you want like a bastard sword, it should come to just above the start of your ribs. If you want a good short sword, it should come up to your waist. The ideal blacksmith weapon is always built custom. Yeah. If you wanted a more of a gladius style thing, it should come about like halfway up your thigh.
I always heard that hand and a half sword should be like, if you stuck your arm out, the pommel should be your fingertips, and your opposite shoulder should be the tip of the blade.
Yeah, that'll get you roughly the same proportion as going from the ground to halfway up your chest. It'll be close enough of the difference, because your arm should be the length of your chest. Your full arm span should... Your arm should be the same length as your leg, give or take a couple of millimeters. I say millimeters, give or take an inch. And then factoring in, like, your shoulder, well, that's close enough to halfway up your chest.
Right, progression in Wind Waker.
I have no idea where I'm supposed to go.
First things first, you need to go get Tingle. Do you remember where Tingle is?
I assume he's in the weird club.
No, he's in the jail.
Oh, okay. I don't remember what the jail is. I'm gonna assume it's this building because this looks kind of prison-y.
No, it's very on the outskirts of town. Like, you kind of need to like take a weird route to get there.
Okay, Mr. knows a lot about weapon lengths. How long should a pole arm be? Well, pole arms are a little bit more complicated than even swords. It really depends on you and what kind of pole arm you're making. Or rather, it depends on you and what kind of pole arm you would like. Is it this building over here?
No, that's the bomb shop, but you are near it right now. It's like, you know the guy dancing by the grave?
By the what?
There's a guy, him, dancing by that grave. It's like, I think it's the red building by that. If you go to,
okay.
Stream delay is making this very annoying.
Yeah,
Like,
I got out to the building on, like, the peninsula.
Yeah, there's a guy on a cliff who is in a very Elvis Presley sort of outfit, dancing by a grave.
Yeah, I can see him.
Yeah, it's next to, like, that. Not that door. There's like a door by the guy who's dancing.
Okay. Yeah, pole arms are not a standard weapon. Is it this door?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Pole arm is a category of weapon that includes everything from, like, sticks. When I say sticks, I mean, like, fuck, what are they called? I want to say combat reeds, but I know that's not the right word. Fuck. What weapon does What's-Her-Face use in Star Wars? Bow staves, that's the word I'm looking for.
Right.
Like, pole arms cover everything from that to, like, halberds and pikes and, you know, like, even the Guten Tag could be debatable if it counts as a pole arm. I've seen people argue that a Guten Tag would in fact be a pole arm.
Okay, hang on, I'm getting up a map for something real quick.
Tingled, I couldn't care less about the Miiverse. It doesn't exist anymore.
I'm getting up a map for something just because it's something to grab and it's always very annoying to get to.
Cool. I saved all I could from my mom's garden. Ooh, very nice. Look at the Wii U gamepad. You can now send letters. Blah, 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 blah. I couldn't care less.
Yeah.
Nintendo, you killed the Miiverse shortly after this game came out. I couldn't care less.
If you go into the cell...
Okay, I'm going back in.
There's like a crawl space you go into. And I'm gonna need you to go in there and take it real slow so I can give you directions for it.
Okay, I'm gonna quickly save. Okay, what about the glaive? Oh, fuck, I don't remember glaives in specific.
I've seen several things called glaives, so...
Yeah, that's the other thing. Alright. So, I'm now, I'm going to the cell's front door. I'm facing inward.
Okay, so pull the crate backwards. Or pull the crate away from the wall, and there should be a crawl space to go into.
Okay. I have pulled it back and revealed a crawl space.
Go into there. And at every junction, stop and let me tell you which way to go.
Junction number 1.
You are going left.
Junction 2.
You are going right.
Oh shit. Sorry. Junction 3.
You are going left.
Okay, junction 4.
Right.
5.
Go straight forward until you can't go any further.
So go forward again?
Yeah, just keep going forward.
Okay, I can't go forward anymore. Also, Manic, thank you for the hydrate.
Go right.
Okay, now what?
Again, straight forward until you can't anymore.
I'm gonna go forward till I can't no more. Was he working on breaking his way out? Also, I can't go forward anymore, and the only way to go is right?
Yep, go right.
I've found myself a strange room with skulls. And a chest.
That is indeed the room you want to be in.
Is it the Master Sword? It would be genuinely hilarious if I could get... Okay. It would be funny if it was, though.
No, so Tingle got arrested because he stole this.
Is it the Wind Waker? Because it wouldn't surprise me if it was. It's the Picto box. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Tingle got arrested because he stole this, and so he hid it in the back of the cell where they couldn't find it. But there is something very important you can do with it.
Okay.
So go ahead, slap it onto your items.
Okay, I was hoping it was a potato. How odd. What do I do with this camera?
Use it. And press X to switch.
Okay.
You have a selfie mode. And I think you can use the D-pad to change his expression. So that you can make it look like Link's fucking vlogging by having him talk.
Hey everybody, my name's Link, and I'm a vlogger now. So, yeah. What you think of that, Mom? Yeah, fuck you. I'm vlogging on the internet. And you know what I'ma do? I'ma swear. Fuck. God damn it. You can't fucking control me, bitch. I won. Woo!
Welcome to the most important use of the pictograph.
Oh, it's so good being able to swear. I just love it. But you know what this means? This means... I'm free, Mish! I'm free! Woo! But you know what else this means? I can get some very close. I can get very close to some rocks. This is all I'm doing. That was all I'm doing with that, but it was just very funny.
But yeah, technically all you need to do is just let Tingle out of the cell, which, yes, is required.
I was hoping it was a potato. Did Tingle also kill people considering the skulls? I need a VTuber to just be doing this with his foot while gaming to have a fake model. Oh my goodness, that would be genuinely hilarious.
Yeah. That rat is what happened to go the wrong way.
Well, I needed to get out anyway, so.
It is in fact optimal to take the rat to get out. Now there'll be like a guy in like an ice climber's hoodie. You're looking for him.
Fucking stay away, you creepy old man. Hello, ice climber.
You need to buy the sale from him.
I'm assuming this way.
Yeah, you need to talk to him over the counter.
Link later gets a text on his phone from his mom saying, "Come back here, you're grounded." How does 80 rupees sound? Ooh, I don't have enough money. Here, let me go hold up Elvis. Elvis, give me all your money, or your friend gets it. Damn it, all your money was not enough money.
We'll go somewhere where there's cheese.
Oh well, killing the flowers seemed to work. Run away from the creepy old man. Who, let's be honest, looks like an undead. But why they designed him as a zombie, I don't know. I now have the boat sail. I'm assuming I can just take this back over to the King of Red Lions and get my, my thing back. Also, holy shit, I just got a really neat idea that they could have done in Tears of the Kingdom. So, you know, during the boat section, in, you know, the, Rito's mission, they could have included the King of Red Lions as one of the boats. I'm just saying.
True.
Thinking about ordering a pizza with extra cheese, just dealing with cramps tomorrow. Opinions? I would say order it with vegan cheese if you can stand it, then, if it's going to cause you cramps.
I mean, I feel like this would have been a better thing to do yesterday because you had today off to deal with the cramps. Tomorrow you're going to be working, and that doesn't feel worth it.
Yeah. I'm with Soul on this one.
Like, knowing your job and what you do for work and dealing with cramps. Are you sure? Alright. So right now, you see that the wind is only blowing one direction.
Yeah.
You are not going that direction.
I am now.
There we go, yeah. Yeah, I believe you press down on the D-pad.
Oh, to lock the sail in the wind direction?
No, to open up the map.
I can
It's
just
one of the D-pad buttons opens the map.
I can't just bring the map up on the second screen.
Oh, yeah, I know, but like, yeah, that works too, I guess. But yeah, you'll see like the island you're heading towards has like a diamond pattern around it, sort of. See what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's how you're supposed to be able to tell where your next objective is.
So, so Gamer Mouse, I would advise against it. Cramps are no fun. To be honest,
But also,
yeah. To be honest, if I was so lactose intolerant, I got cramps, I would just not consume dairy anymore. And I fucking love cheese.
So whenever you see the fish jumping around somewhere near an island, you want to throw some of the purpose bait out, and he'll actually draw the map. He'll draw the island on your sea chart.
Ah, okay.
And like, you kind of want to do that in every region.
Oh, so I gotta plug the gamepad back in again. It's blinking at me again. Because this thing has no battery in it. The gamepads never did. Also, I should do Mannix Hydrate. Just because I still need to do that, and I still need to drink. I still need to drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Oh, so this is how I got the how I got the Wind Waker, right? Yeah, this is where I got stuck as a kid.
So you see like, yeah, you need to do it in time with it. You need to have the Wind Waker moved before it hits the center again. So press up, then press down, wait for it to hit the center, then press right.
Drink most infused water, aka TF me into a glass of water, and then sip. No. I hydrate with lemon water, not mouse water.
Now do again, but while holding left on the control, or left on the left stick. Because you need 4 diamonds. Oh, that's right. you want 4. You want 4 times, not 6-4. There we go. Correct, but you got left and right mixed.
I know.
I do think the Wind Waker is a lot less intuitive than the Ocarina.
The Ocarina was just pressing buttons on the D-pad. Can I set it so that way I just have to push buttons on the D-pad?
No.
Damn it. Having to use the right stick feels so wonky. Sorry, it's not that the usage of the D-pad itself feels wonky. It is the implementation of the D-pad for this purpose that feels wonky to me.
It felt a lot more natural on a GameCube controller because the C-stick was much smaller on that.
Well, that's true.
Than the right stick.
That's true, but like flicking a big stick like this still feels like natural for me when I'm playing a game like Smash. It just feels so strange using a D-pad as a directional input, or not a. It feels strange using this stick as a directional input, because it's the camera input. Why is it a directional input? If that makes sense. Like, it feels wonky.
I think it would have been better if it's to match it up with what's being displayed on the screen, because you're using that hand or that side of Link to control the Wind Waker and the other side to control the timing. But I do feel it would have been better if the right stick controlled which time you were in, or which timestamp you were in, and the left side was deciding the notes.
Well, yeah, because, like, what's the side that you use to move Link? The left one. What's the one that moves the camera? The right one. So what makes sense intuitively is the one you use to move it around? The left one. And to control the secondary action? The right one. Hey, Avel, how you doing, cutie? Hey, look, a mailbox. I could care less about this mailbox. I will never use it.
That's what you think.
Well, isn't it exclusively a Miiverse feature?
No.
Okay.
There are several side quests where you have to deliver mail into mailboxes.
Okay. I will not use the Miiverse feature.
Oh no, the Miiverse feature in this game is entirely linked to the Tingle bottles, not the mailboxes.
Oh. Okay, I guess I'm used to Splatoon where the mailbox is the Miiverse feature.
Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Rito Man. I have no idea what your name is, but I hope it's something funny. And by something funny, I mean something that makes me go, haha, that's a reference. In Tears of the Kingdom. Pissed, my college had an event, giving out a free plush, and I arrived 5 minutes after they... Oh my goodness, oh no! Oh. If I could, I would send you a plushie, but I have no money to send plushies to friendos. I don't even have money to buy a pizza. That's why I didn't get pizza during the 300 follower special. Because I was going to, but then I didn't get my severance pay. And they still haven't paid me any of what they owe me.
Oh no.
Yeah. This is what they do, though, with severance pays. They make you have to essentially lawyer up. And then they'll say, no, 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 we'll pay you now that you've paid for a lawyer. And it's basically like you have to sue them for your legal fees and the severance that they haven't paid and a back debt, or you just get out the money that the lawyer was. Because it's like... Yeah, it's bullshit. They said it would end at 8, and they closed an hour early for no reason, so when I got there at 7:05, it was over. God damn, I would be so pissed off. I'd be like, God damn it, I wanted a plushie, damn it. It's interesting that this is called Dragon Roost, and isn't where the island where Rito Village is also called Dragon Roost? In the Tears of the Kingdom, and traveled 30 minutes specifically there for no reason. Yeah, that would fucking piss me off.
I don't remember what's called in Breath of the Wild. Rito Village. No, the only reference to Dragon Roost I'm seeing is that I know that the song that plays is the same.
Okay. I thought the island was called Dragon Roost, to be honest. It is actually kind of interesting that the Rito are the one who live in the area made up of like little individual islands, and the Zora live exclusively on like a big thing that they made out of metal above the water.
Oh.
I'm not wrong, that is kind of a bit funny.
Well, the Rito, like, yeah, they live on like small islands in the water, but those islands are like basically sheer, like, constant sheer cliff faces.
Oh, so that's true. I just think it's kind of funny that, like, I would imagine, you know, like, the Rito, if they were evolving, like, into, like, peak bird people, would live in a very, like, almost like wood elves sort of place, like, things built into and onto the tops of trees. And, like, they just live on a big spike island. Sheer on every side.
The problem with that is that they already have like a forest-dwelling race, the Koroks.
So that's true, but like, they don't really do much as far as a species goes.
I know, but they exist, so they kind of can't take that ground.
Well, don't make them live near the ground. Make them live up in the like, fuck. What are the really big like the sequoia trees? Like, make an area that's like these massive tall redwoods. You know, and the Rito live on the top of that in what are essentially like tree houses. Like far above the forest floor. It would give you the same vibe, but like feel way more like them. Feel way more bird person-y.
I feel like having them in like the cold north, that's like in high altitudes most of the time, is also quite fitting for the Rito.
You're not wrong.
Because like they're very reminiscent of like the birds that do live in those regions, like snow owl and such.
That's true. They're not really designed like hawks or like vultures or eagles even. Like, I know their bows are like the eagle bow and the hawk bow and stuff like that, but they are like owls.
Yeah.
You know, they are the descendants of Blathers.
Right, you need to talk to a guy.
I know, and I probably just worked up.
We've been talking, so you've been skipping through dialogue, which is like something you can't really do in this game.
I know I need to go talk to the guy's kid, but I have no idea where the kid is.
Do you need to talk to Medley and get a letter off her first?
Oh. Maybe?
Medley, I think, is upstairs somewhere? I think.
Oh, is she the kid up here?
Yes.
I thought I'd probably have to talk to her. Also, holy shit, is it just... She's wearing a radiation... Not a radiation, a poison symbol.
No, that's not the Zora symbol. Oh, I'm
Let me turn it up on my end. Say some things.
Hello. I am apparently sounding bored.
You are sounding borked, yes.
I think meeting Medley is a good place to call it anyway, so...
That's... Well, what time are we at? 5... Do you mind doing another, like... 30 minutes?
I can do like another 30 minutes, yeah. That'll probably bring us to like partway... It'll probably bring us to like partway through the first dungeon, so...
There we go, got it fixed. Because I want to push to generally doing a 6-hour stream block and get a 6-hour stream average, so...
Oh, yeah, okay then.
So, you know, half an hour, that gives me like 10 minutes to do a little wrap-up, save, little chit-chat, find someone to raid.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, we've got the father's letter. And now I've got to deliver this to the kid.
Back on the first floor. You're looking for a long corridor that has a door in it.
A door with teeth. I know it's meant to be like a, you know, geometric pattern, but I can't help but see them as teeth.
No, it's a mimic door.
Oh, okay. I did not know that, actually.
So look, it's an orb.
Hello, orb man.
Is an orb with a very, very familiar symbol to some Zelda people.
Yes.
Call back to that conversation we were having about the religious symbols in Zelda.
Yes, that is one of the... That's the Gerudo symbol, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Isn't it? I thought that was the Gerudo symbol.
No. No, it's Din's symbol.
Oh, right. Oh, by the way, poison hazard symbol. Yeah, it's the biohazard symbol. Look up the biohazard symbol.
No, it's the Zora symbol.
It also looks a lot like the biohazard symbol. Also, I thought the Zora had a different symbol. So, Noble, good news. I'm starting to figure out Dragon's Dogma and actually might be able to enjoy the game. Having to look up a ton of stuff, though the in-game tutorials, especially the dungeon, especially the descriptions, suck. Well, if the Mimic Door eats, I won't mind letting it open. I'm assuming the Mimic Door will just fight you.
I mean, the Mimic Door would try to eat things. That's kind of like what mimics do. They pretend to be ordinary objects to catch and eat people.
Well, this kid is just useless.
Yeah, you talk some shit into him, give him the letter, then go meet Medley.
To be fair, the symbol on Medley's outfit doesn't have the circle on it. You're right, it does not have the biohazard circle on it. It does still look a lot like the biohazard symbol, though. I thought the Zora had a slightly different symbol.
No, the Zora symbol is like the free moon sort of thing, and then Nehru's symbol has circles inside of that, I believe. Which is what you're thinking of because Zora's Sapphire.
Right. You are correct. My brain is muddling things up. If I remember correctly, I meet Medley outside somewhere.
Yeah, so you know where you were outside, like the bomb, like the wilted bomb flowers and like the huge stone, the water.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to meet Medley here.
Yeah, this is where I figured I met her. We actually came. Right, I need to use the... Oh, wait, she just says pick me up and toss me at the ledge. I thought, I'm gonna have to use the Wind Waker for this, but no, it's just, yeet you like, you know, what are those birds called? Eat her like a cuckoo. Okay, you're actually borked on my end. Hello? Soul? Hello? I mentioned the thing about blindness status earlier, but that's it. Oh, oops, so it's been a frustrating game, but I haven't enjoyed it. I haven't enjoyed it much since the good news of starting to. Soul.exe has stopped responding. Maybe it's me. Soul, can you hear me? Okay, I'm gonna disconnect from the call and reconnect and see if that fixes it. Hello. Can you hear me? Okay, let's try both hopping off the call and just start a new call. Yellow.
Hello?
Hello, it's working. Huzzah.
Okay, good. Yeah.
So yeah, do I just yeet her like a cuckoo?
Yeah, so you need to stand on the little ledge platform thing and wait for the wind to be blowing towards the way she wants to go.
Okay. And here I thought I'd have to use the Wind Waker.
No, you haven't learned the wind controlling melody yet.
Yeah, I kind of thought this might be the tutorial for it.
There we go. You got it.
Wasn't Dinral the dragon that was really common in this region?
She just throws a bottle down at you. Dinral is the dragon in Tears of the Kingdom. And Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, I know. There was just like mention of Din and like they're calling it Voodoo, and it's like, wait, wasn't
Valu.
Valu?
No,
Okay.
Valu's just kind of a guy. He does his thing. Also, I'd suggest taking off the all-purpose bait and replacing it with the bottle.
Yeah, I have waste 2 of it. Just accidentally.
So you need to grab a bit of spring water and water some of the bombs, the flowers that are on the ledge behind you.
Ah, okay. I had a feeling that's what I was meant to do. Sadly, there's no jump button to make me go up the ladder faster.
No, you've been spoiled by Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom on that.
I've been spoiled by lots of games on that feature. Hell, the Lego games had that feature. And the Lego games are just as old as this, if not a little bit older. Oh, that is some serious frame ratiness.
That's like unique to the Wii U version of the game, I think.
Yeah, that got really frame ratey.
I think it's because like the game's loading at a different form of the map.
They really should have figured out a better way of doing that then.
And like they're trying to do that alongside doing a weird particle thing. And all the particles in the air as well.
I'm assuming I've got to get these bombs in the statue of the flower. The statues there.
Yep, just like Skyward Sword. Except unlike Skyward Sword, there's no visible throwing arc. You just sort of have to eyeball it.
At least Pikmin gives you a little targeting window. And you can't say I've been spoiled by Pikmin. Pikmin is older than Wind Waker, I think.
Pikmin is in fact older than Wind Waker.
Ha! So it's not a modern nicety that I've gotten used to, it's an older nicety that I got used to. Shit, did I just die?
No, it just does a little bit of damage. Brings you to the like start of the room.
It could have just it could have just thrown me out of the lava. And done me the damage.
I think it's a bit of a fail-safe, because I know in this dungeon, if it booted you back to where you were last on solid ground, you could definitely get soft-locked. But you've got the right idea, just do it a bit quicker. And aim better.
Doing my best with the aim. Shit. I wasn't even facing that way. I was facing the bomb.
Yeah.
I was facing the bomb. I hit A to pick it up, and it rolled me into the lava.
Well, maybe I was a bit wrong on my prediction on how far we could get then.
You mean the fact that it's killing me?
Yeah, I thought we'd be like a bit further into the dungeon than we're gonna get to.
Well, who knows? I might get further in. It blew me up and threw me into the lava.
I will say, this is like this is essentially the dungeon entrance test you're doing right now.
Please don't tell me this dungeon is all about throwing bombs into cups.
No, this dungeon is all about throwing things, though, because you do need to throw a lot of jars of water into lava to make platforms.
Okay, at least that's probably a little bit less precision, though.
Oh, definitely. This is like needlessly hard.
Do you mean I'm making it needlessly hard on myself, or they made it needlessly hard? There we go.
No, little bit of column A, little bit of column B.
Okay, what could I do to make it easier on myself?
It is easier to jump onto the right side of the platform and throw it diagonally. But you figured that out. But it is mostly the timing on it is kind of strict for no reason.
I have no idea if I'm fucking up or not. By just kind of throwing these. I threw them and nothing happened. Oh, never mind. I see what I'm supposed to do. Took me a second.
I can't just give you all the answers.
I don't expect you to. That would take the fun out of trying to solve it.
I kind of have been so far, but now that we're like in the dungeon, I'm gonna take a bit more of a hands-off approach. At least I'm gonna try to.
Yeah, I'd say give me information when I ask for it. Otherwise, let's just vibe and hang out.
Like, if I see you're visibly struggling with a very specific thing that I know a tip for, I'll give it. But it won't be like a solution.
I found a joy pendant. Joy pendants. I know many men and women who have joy pendants.
Like the thing I said earlier about making sure you have, like, getting the 100 rupees and getting the bait bag. That's like, it's very helpful just to do that on the first visit to Outset, so that you can start getting the treasure chart pieces. But by no means is it required. In fact, I don't think you need the bait bag at all.
Alright, there's that big cauldron of something.
That is not a puzzle element.
Okay, it's just an aesthetic thing.
It's not just an aesthetic thing.
Is it a hazard?
Later on in the dungeon, you will find a pot giving off a different colored smoke that's like got boards on it. And once you blow up those boards, you will essentially have a quick travel between points in the dungeon.
Ah, okay.
I don't know why they're these mystical cauldrons, but...
These are torches, and they're turned off. This is a stick made of wood. If Tears of the Kingdom has taught me anything, it's that I can set this stick on fire.
There we go, you got it. It's generally just walk the tip of the stick through it.
And if I set these on fire... Not quite what I was expecting, actually, if I'm completely honest.
Are you expecting the door just to open?
No, I was expecting, like, barrel that I'd have to move to spawn, and I'd have to put it on that as a pressure plate. And that would give me a thing to open the door.
No, this is just a fancy pedestal for a chest.
Floofy boy, thank you for naming a burp. Let me... Alright, we've got another 20 minutes left in stream. A little hop. Okay, you, I'm betting, are a little platform. Haha, yes, I was right.
I would not be walking this bridge in real life.
Oh, neither would I.
Like, just ignoring the fact that it's over lava, just a bridge like that does not look safe.
I wouldn't cross that bridge if it was like 10 feet off the ground. And I would basically do that only if it was like, you do it or we're gonna kill someone. Fuck. Ow. Toaster, what if a master duel one day we teach you the basics and then we duel starter decks? I don't even know what master duel is.
Yu-Gi-Oh.
Ah, I see. Again, I am a MTG player. I don't know how well I would be at Yu-Gi-Oh. I've heard it's complicated as fuck and that MTG players basically are starting off about with as much information as people who have never played, even though they're both trading card games with similar rule sets. Apparently, it's just different enough and wacky as feck enough. Oh, look, I've got a dungeon map.
There's a lot of words you need to learn, but like once you've learned, it's like pretty easy to understand.
Yeah,
but you do just need to learn the words first.
So I should say I have technically played Yu-Gi-Oh once before, and someone said, "Oh, here, you like Magic the Gathering. I bet you would like Yu-Gi-Oh." And so they got some decks together. And I drew my hand, and I said, okay, so what does this do? And they said, oh, that's not useful for you right now. Okay, and what does this do? Oh, that's not useful for you right now. Okay, well, what does this do? It's not useful for you right now. Basically, everything I had was useless, and they said, okay. And by the way, I technically have won because I have all 5 pieces of Exodia, so... And I'm like, wait, you can have a turn 0 win. And he's like, yes. I'm like, why? Why can you have a turn 0 win?
Okay, so the fact that he he used an Exodia deck against you, as like, dude, what the fuck?
Apparently we both had them in deck. Apparently
Dude,
but
why would you do that for someone learning the game?
Hello, ever heard of... Hey, Alex, welcome in. Ever heard of the Irish surnames Flynn, McNulty, and O'Donnell? Yeah. Actually, my family is somewhat Irish. Like my great-grandfather, his surname was O'Malley. So, I guess that just was also his last name, O'Malley. But yeah. Yeah, you teach someone with cards from 2006 or earlier, or it'll overwhelm. Pretty sure that's not how it works. Pretty sure you have to draw all the Exodia cards. The way he explained it was that getting all of them in your opening hand was a turn 0 win if you had just got them in your opening hand.
Yeah, that is how it works.
That, to me, breaks my brain. Like, in Magic the Gathering, you can't just draw into a good hand and you've won. Like, you have to play your hand well, too.
So, the reason why that happened is because the card text of Exodia the Forbidden One states, if you have Exodia the Forbidden One's leg, arm, and arm, the like right arm and left arm, and that basically all 5 pieces of him. If you the main card text says if you have all 5 of these pieces in your hand, you win the duel.
That still feels so bad as card design. There is no single card in Magic the Gathering that by having it in hand you win the game.
I mean, you need it and 4 other cards in your hand to win.
Okay, but it is the fact that you have them in hand that lets you win. Like, Like, in Magic the Gathering, right, there are cards that can force a turn 1 win state. You still have to play them, and your opponent not have ways to deal with them. But if you don't have to deal with it, what BS cards exist now to insta-draw all pieces of Exodia? Oh, God.
Oh, no.
This is like
Exodia
hearing
deck...
Commander players talk about shit. It's like, oh, goodness. I'm a standard player.
No.
Well, I'm not a standard. I'm technically a modern player for a reason. Because it's 60 cards, and I know what they all do.
No, Exodia decks aren't viable anymore because they limit. Like, there's too many hand traps in the game now, and they've reduced the effectiveness of drawing Exodia.
That's good.
Like, Exodia decks at this point, in fact, every deck that runs an alternate win condition is gimmicky as fuck and terrible in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Huh. See, alternate win conditions are just fairly bog standard in Magic. Like, so I have a deck for Magic the Gathering that's win condition is I have enough elves. Like, if I have enough elves, I win the game, right? And it's not that there is a singular card that says, you know, if you have X number of elves, you win the game. It's just simply that I have enough stuff in my deck that with the elves I have on the battlefield, if I have them out, I win the game. Because...
Oh, no,
like,
no. Like, by alternate win conditions, I do just mean do this one thing that isn't a normal win, and then you win. Like Exodia.
Oh.
Or like, Magic the Gathering does have that, because I know there's a white card that is, if you hit this amount of life, you win.
Yes, but there are counters for it, like dealing damage and burn spells, which just deal instant damage to the player. The other thing is, so that card is an enchantment. There are ways you can blow up enchantments. You can counter enchantments, even.
Yeah.
To, like, prevent them from ever coming on the field.
The way you counter Exodia decks is by forcing them to discard their hand, which is possible to do in Yu-Gi-Oh! But if they have their turn before you, then... and they just start with Exodia, then you just can't do anything about it, because it's not your turn. But equally, if both players start with Exodia in their hand, like, if both players draw into Exodia, it's the tie. Just straight up.
It still feels really wonky that that was ever even card game design that was seen as viable to me.
Oh, it's card game design, yes. Viable and better? Never.
Just casually murder a bird before I slide along a wall. Murder a bird before I slide along a wall.
Because Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks, at minimum, are 40 cards, and at maximum are whatever is reasonable for you to be able to shuffle.
Whereas, see, Magic decks, like, can be, depending on your format, any size. Like, there are formats that limit your size. Modern decks are built to win turn 1. Do you mean modern the Magic the Gathering format, or modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks are built to turn 1?
Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks.
Okay, because modern is a format in Magic the Gathering.
Yeah. Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks, generally it's better to go second, because you can attack, and you get your big thing out, and then you just attack. You get your big thing out, destroy the enemy's big thing, and then just attack them with.
Are Yu-Gi-Oh decks not randomly shuffled anymore? The fuck? I'm not sure what you mean by randomly shuffled. Isn't shuffling a random?
No, they are shuffled, but you build engines so that the point of Yu-Gi-Oh decks is you build engines so that you get what you need into your hand, regardless of what you draw with your opening hand.
Whereas, see, most Magic the Gathering decks, it is better to mull into your engine. Though, again, in Magic the Gathering, it's not usually called engine, it's usually called your draw cards. Or dig cards.
Yeah, so for example, an engine in Yu-Gi-Oh could be like a couple of cards saying, look for this type of card, or send this card to the graveyard to find this card. Then you use that card, summon it onto the field, and it has an effect which lets you get a specific spell you need. Then you can use that spell to do something else you need. And all of that builds up.
Floof, if you're used to Magic the Gathering, I think engine is just Yu-Gi-Oh's equivalent term to combo. I'm not sure quite how I'm... Oh, I meant to shuffle along like this. I was about to say, I'm not quite sure how I'm meant to get up there and slide along that chunk of wall. And it's like, oh, I'm just not.
Yeah, and so, like, the way... Like, a mechanic is called XYZ summoning. So, an example... And the way it works is you just... sacrifice... You attach monsters to another monster that of... say you had like 2 level 1 monsters, you can XYZ summon them into an XYZ rank 1 monster. And so an engine would be getting out enough level 1 monsters to get out the XYZ monster.
I see, I see. So, what I'm gathering at least a little bit is that Yu-Gi-Oh plays as if it's black from Magic the Gathering.
No, it can play basically like red, green, or black.
Well, green's fundamental... Sorry, when I say it plays like black, I mean it fundamentally requires you sacrificing smaller creatures to make the bigger ones. Which is how black oftentimes works in Magic. Where you generally have to sack a smaller creature to get your bigger creatures that you actually want.
But the thing is about that, you need to play green up until you get those small creatures out, because unless you are doing fucky things, you can only summon 1 monster per turn. Well, so you need to play a bit of green to get a ton of things out, to be able to get your big things out.
I feel like that's more red's thing, because red is the one with all of the little guys. Green has elves, but elves play like they're white, even though they're green. Doesn't sound like a game anymore if it ends in a few turns. This is why I don't play Commander or Legacy. This is why I play Kitchen Table Modern in Magic. Which is essentially just 60 cards, don't be a dick, and we'll follow the modern rule sets. But if you want to bring some old-ass cards but not build a Legacy-style deck, you can do that too.
I mainly play pre-built commander decks at home.
See, then you would
So-
probably have never encountered some of the mechanics that I love putting in my decks, like banding.
Yeah, never heard of that.
Okay, so banding is a really neat, very old Magic keyword. So banding was never explained properly by anyone until essentially Wizards of the Coast said, we're getting rid of banding, but in case you have cards that still say banding, here's how it works. And then they gave the best explanation of it ever, which was, imagine you have a creature that says banding on it, right? Well, it can band with any number of creatures with banding on it, and one creature without banding on it. Right? So if you have 10 creatures with banding, well, you can band all 10 together, plus one creature without banding. And if you have something like bands with wolves, well then, so long as, then you can band with, one wolf, but no other creature without banding.
And what's the benefit of banding?
Okay, so, your opponent attacks and does 40 damage to your banded creature. You get to assign what creature that damage falls on. Not what creatures, but which one. You can have a creature that has a resurrection cost of 1 black mana. So you put all of the damage on that 1/1 for 2 with, resurrection cost. It takes all the damage, goes to the grave, you pay the resurrection cost, bring it back, all of a sudden, you have the exact same creature again. The upshot of banding was you got to control the damage, whereas before your opponent got to choose where they assigned their blockers. Or their attackers, and you could choose it to be your blocker. But a creature with banding could only block one creature. But suppose your opponent has something that can be like a 40/40 creature, right? You don't want to take that 40/40 to the face. You put your 5/5 banded creature with 3 things. You lost 1 creature instead of 5 trying to defend it.
You only need to do 1 creature anyway?
So, yes, but you might have been able to... But if you have a 45, where it's got a lot of damage but very little health, it might be a really good thing to put there, because you can kill it without trading. Because you still have your banded creature, you've just lost 1 part of it. It essentially allowed you to manipulate, damage better. In ways that were previously impossible, because your opponent got to choose what they attacked with, and you had to choose what you blocked with, but they fundamentally had the control in the situation, whereas you didn't. It essentially turned that, on its head. And it was a really interesting mechanic and let you do lots of very interesting things.
I might just be a dumbass, but the way you described it just sounds like basic Magic anyway.
So, think about it this way. Oh, the other thing too is all of the creatures gain all of the collective keywords that they have.
That's what I was wanting to hear.
Yeah, so if you have a banded creature and one creature has reach, the banded creature, it acts as if it's a single creature. So all of the creatures that are a part of it have reach now as a singular entity.
It's like... Hang on, I just need to double check something quickly. It's like mutate, but you keep like the rest of the stack if one thing dies.
Yeah, and you get to choose what dies.
Right. Okay. That's fine then. That makes so much more sense to me now.
Sorry, yeah, I was trying to explain it in the way that I understood it, I guess. Because that's what makes sense in my head is, oh yeah, it's a meta creature. It's made up of all the constituent parts, but you get to assign how those parts interact.
But like, to me, that didn't sound any different from regular Magic.
Well,
what I needed to hear was like, yes, okay, it will act as like one creature, but you choosing who you block with is base Magic. What is the actual like? Why should I ban this creature to this creature? What does it gain from doing that?
Well, it gains
And if it
all of the
gains-
keywords, and their attack and toughness get merged together.
Which was the bit I needed to hear to understand it. Is just they share keywords, and their attack and toughness, or their power and toughness gets.
How the fuck am I supposed to kill this thing? Shit!
So...
I just threw myself into the lava. Oh, do I have to throw the jugs at it?
That's one way.
Shit, I just threw myself back in lava.
So the way you deal with those guys is you can either throw a jug of water at them, and they'll instantly curl them up like that, and then you hit them a few more times and they break. Or you can
And you try not to
wait for the...
fling yourself into the lava when you're swinging your sword, because it drags you forward for some reason.
That's true, yeah.
That's really
This is why locking on in combat is important. Or you wait for it to open its face like that, and then smack its eye. Like, you wait for the mandibles to not be guarding the eye.
This is not Skyward Sword. I do not have the patience for that. Now that I've killed it, I don't know what to do. Oh, I can't just jump back. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if I had enough.
You know, throwing a jar of water on lava creates a platform.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you figured it out.
I didn't know that thing was technically a lava creature. Because, like, isn't that the same big tentacle guy from A Link to the Past as well?
No.
Is it not? I thought it was. Like, in Death Mountain.
Oh, Moldorms? No, definitely not.
Oh, okay.
I say this is a good room to call
it. We are past the 6-hour mark, so yeah, I will go into items. If I save in a dungeon, it'll bring me back here, right?
It will bring you back to the start of the dungeon, but you just unlocked the quick travel point to this room.
Alright, so 2 title screen then. Alright, I'm going to put the gamepad back on its cradle. Oh, good. There we go. The cable for the gamepad got tangled in my headphones, but not really.
Now, me and you were just talking about banding for ages, while Game Master Floofy just went on an entire rant about Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yes, and that is what happened. Alright, well, let's raid out, and let's see who's live. Anyone live who I owe a raid to? And by owe a raid to, I mean someone who I'd like to raid. Oh, Judas Turnip's live. Let me see how long he's been streaming for. Oh, he only does 3-hour streams, and he's been live for 2.5 hours. So, let's go raid into Ginger Fox. Because those are the only 2 people that I like regularly watch that are live right now for me. So /raid Ginger _ Fox. Still way more than Magic and Hearthstone, but still makes way more than Magic and Hearthstone, but has fewer players. I would assume that's probably because people have to buy the expensive cards and can't really get around it. All right. Alright, so here's our raid message, and if you do have access to the emotes, please feel free to use this variation. But I want to thank you all so much for watching, and I hope you have an amazing rest of your day. Bye now.